Mama's in the living room watching Judge Judy. I'm in the kitchen eating leftover sushi. And she yells, oh, girl, you gotta hear this one. A man was arrested for running a theme park. And when they said, where's your license? He said, my dog ate it. Oh, you can't make this shit up. Sometimes I wonder if life's just one big cosmic joke. It's like she's on a Reddit, reading r/funny lawsuits, yelling from the couch. As she sips on a Prosecco, makes fun of all the weirdos, and then I hear her shout. It's like she's on a Reddit, reading r/funny lawsuits, yelling from the couch. As she sips on her Prosecco, makes fun of all the weirdos, and then I hear her shout, girl, you gotta hear this one. Mama loves to laugh at how absurd life is, says it's all a comedy and I'm her audience. And I love the way she makes fun of the world. She said, you'll never guess who's with their girlfriend. It was a man who didn't get us out of the bed. He said, I've been through hell and now I need some help. You just can't make this shit up. You just can't make this shit up. Sometimes I wonder if life's just one big cosmic joke. It's like she's on a Reddit, reading r/funny lawsuits, yelling from the couch. As she sips on a Prosecco, makes fun of all the weirdos, and then I hear her shout. It's like she's on a Reddit, reading r/funny lawsuits, yelling from the couch. As she sips on a Prosecco, makes fun of all the weirdos, and then I hear her shout, girl, you gotta hear this one.
Hey y'all, welcome to the next installment of Petty Playback, where we don't have time to watch these hearings at regular speed when they are live because 3D world and real life takes priority, including the fact that I just got a refrigerator and a new range delivered, and I'm gonna have to go take care of taking the plastic off and putting all the food back into my refrigerator before I have to spend yet more money on replacing food that goes bad. So, with that being said, we are going to get started on the beginning of day 2, which we are about an hour and 45 minutes in. But yet again, they don't start right on time. So, it takes about 20 minutes of the live feed staring at the wall before they actually start.
Well, that's because the news media is in the East Idaho News. They start like 15 to 20 minutes before they do to go to court. So they start the news.
And with that being said, Flash Fan is here to keep me sane and to keep me from reaching through the computer and telling Kathy Nestor exactly what I think of her. We are streaming on Rumble, and I believe we made it over there. Y'all, if you are on Rumble, please hit that like button. If you're on YouTube, please hit that like button. We're going to need it to stay sane. I need to go grab my caffeine and take the rest of the plastic off my refrigerator on the inside so that I can put things on the shelves. So with that being said, Flash Fan is going to take over. We are going to watch this at 1.5 speed right away and get this freaking show on the proverbial road. Mama Squid is here and is going to take the little on a shopping trip this afternoon for some toys. Flash Fan keeping you sane. Yes, actually. Yes. Flash Fan's my little brother, y'all. You don't even know. But on that note, we're gonna get this started. We're not wasting any time. And I gotta put stuff in the fridge. So Flash Fan, take it away.
Yeah, we just got the
direct 576 State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Counsel, please enter your appearances.
Chad Remander, Ryan McBride, David Sturgill.
Good morning, Your Honor. Your Honor.
And I'm going to turn the volume up for the...
Kathy Nestor, Michael Bird.
Kathy Nestor.
Stacy Bissell here for Mr. Robinson, who's seated to my right.
Yeah, they audio feed got the best today.
Good morning, Mr. Robinson. And for the record, the court also recognizes the presence of victim representative, Ms. Erica Kirk. Good morning. First, with respect to courtroom protocol to maintain security and decorum, Any individual who exits the courtroom.
Okay, we're
during
speeding
proceedings
through
will not
this
be
stuff.
permitted to
Yeah.
re-enter.
This
Such
is the
measures
same
may
stuff
include
we
use of
heard
screen
yesterday. If you want to
protections
listen to
on
it,
electronic devices. Don't
Also,
hesitate
law
to use
crime
that.
is so quick. They talk about judge addresses Erica Kirk. I'm like, all he said was good morning yesterday.
which I'm sure he does to all.
Yeah.
I'm sure if you watched this judge do other cases, he does the same thing for every judge. But they have to pick out where
The use of screen protections on
they have
electronic
to pick
devices
out where
present in the
things are.
courtroom.
It's
Second,
they
the
have to
court
pick
will
out where
address
things
the
are.
camera
People are going to
operator and
pick up
still-
controversy.
Yeah.
All right. Stand today.
I was like, yes.
Accordance of the safety and dignity of witnesses
It's
is important
the-
or on which they are entitled, consistent at all times, incompetence demonstrated
now
by
I'm gonna
counsel
get
for
going.
both the defense and prosecution during yesterday's proceedings. It is evident to the court that each of you approach this matter with seriousness, preparation, and a deep commitment to your respective responsibilities. The court appreciates the care which you have taken in advocating for your positions and the respectful manner in which you have done so. Thank you. Do either party require the benefit of the record before we proceed?
The state does, Your Honor. Mr. McBride will address the court.
All right, and just as a reminder, the microphones at council table are turned off to prevent the inadvertent capture of any communication. So if you would like to come forward, thank you. And turning to Mr. McBride.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before this hearing, the defense moved to find Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, Rule 7B, and Rule 1102 unconstitutional as it relates to the admissibility of hearsay and reliable hearsay at this hearing. The issue was extensively briefed and argued. The court denied the defense motion to exclude the use of reliable hearsay at the preliminary hearing. That ruling is at docket number 631. In addition, defense counsel filed a standing objection on July 3rd. That's docket 678. The standing objection reasserted the arguments made in defendant's previous motion. Defendant continues to make these same objections throughout the testimony of each witness. I believe both the state and the court and everyone present knows that the defense objects to the use of hearsay or reliable hearsay at this hearing.
I'm glad he did.
On the point of preserving the objection, that has been done. Defense counsel has filed their motion, they filed their standing objection. Throughout the proceeding, they have continued to make objections. At this point, further objection is unnecessary to preserve the record and causes undue and unnecessary delay. This is needless delay, and we ask the court to acknowledge and the record to reflect the standing objection. And we also ask the court to give an instruction that continuing objections on this ground are unnecessary. Of course, if it relates to some other ground or is some item that's particular to a particular statement, that objection may be appropriate. But at this point, we feel that the repeated objections that have been made and already been ruled upon are unnecessary and cause undue delay.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. To defense.
You know how to object every time. They understand you
Good
are.
morning, Your Honor. Michael Burt for Mr. Robinson. We have no objection to that procedure. As long as the court makes a ruling that the objections are preserved, we do think it would expedite matters if we didn't have to repeat the standing objection. There may be particular objections that are not covered by the standing objection we've made, and so we ask permission to be allowed to make those objections as needed.
Thank you, Mr. Burt. Thank you to both sides. I appreciate the presentation and your argument about this. The court takes no position in regards to whether the objection is made again and again or not. I leave that to the parties. I recognize the need to expedite this, and if both sides stipulate, I will adopt the request that the standing objection as it relates to 1102, Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, and all relevant authorities that have been cited have been noted, and the standing objection by defense is in place. However, if defense feels the need to do that in order to protect the constitutional rights of Mr. Robinson, the court will not prevent that, nor stand in its way. This court is not is acting in the role of a magistrate and will allow the parties to move forward as necessary. But as noted, I will make that note that the standing objection has been noted for all of the yesterday's proceedings and will be in place throughout the rest of the preliminary hearing. Anything further or any need for the record given the court's statement?
Not from the state.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, the court acknowledges that the exclusionary rule is in effect. At this time, any witness who is subject to exclusion should be excused from the courtroom. And again, I will leave it to the parties to monitor the courtroom to ensure that if a witness has come in and they shouldn't be, that they are redirected. I invite Agent Hull to return to the stand to resume direct examination. And Agent Hull, you are still under oath. Mr. Sturgill?
Thank you, Judge.
And before we begin, is there a way to dim these lights just a tad like we did yesterday? Perfect, thank you. All right, as of yesterday, there is also a water bottle to your left. And if you wouldn't mind just making sure that microphone is directly in front of you, we want to make sure that the record picks up your testimony today. Mr. Sturgill, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Agent Hull, we're going to return to what has been marked State's Exhibit 12.1. There was reference to it yesterday. And I'd like to ask you again, have you reviewed that exhibit? Yes. And if you wouldn't mind, just briefly remind us what that exhibit consists of.
The exhibit is a compilation or East Run University videos from UVU campus security footage obtained.
Okay.
Your Honor, excuse me, we can't hear the
And that's what I hear. So let's go ahead and
Yeah.
stop. I'm not hearing it, so I'm going to have you repeat. Let's test it. Go ahead.
Check.
All right, I believe that. Mr. Sturgill, if you wouldn't mind restarting.
I
so
can do that, Judge.
Thank you.
Maybe bring the mic from the base a little bit closer to you. I don't know if that will help. All right, let's go ahead and go back to what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.1. I'd asked you a moment ago if you'd reviewed that exhibit.
Yes, I have.
Okay. And would you just remind us what that exhibit consists of?
It's a compilation of videos that were part of the overall footage that was obtained from the Utah Valley University as part of the investigation.
And does that compilation video, from your point of view, capture Mr. Robinson arriving to and visiting the UVU campus
It does, yes.
on September 10th through the 11th, 2025?
Correct.
Okay. And again, I asked you this question yesterday, but did you prepare that video compilation?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know who did?
The Utah County Attorney's Office.
Does that video, and I'm referring to 12.1, State's Exhibit 12.1, does it include all of the footage collected by the SBI from UVU?
It does not, no.
Does that video, again, 12.1, include all of the footage you collected from UVU that captures who you believe is Mr. Robinson walking around campus?
Not all of the footage, no.
You reviewed this compilation with Mr. Olson, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in its entirety.
Yes,
And he actually, and then you collected an 1102 statement from him.
I did, yes.
And I believe that has actually been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 12.3. Did Mr. Olson refer to that exhibit, 12.1, in his statement?
He did, yes.
Okay. 12.3. I'm going to put on your monitor State's Exhibit 12.3, and I ask that you scroll down towards the very bottom. And I would ask that you read from the statement, specifically what Mr. Olson said about State's Exhibit 12.1. And I want to narrow your focus, so I'm going to draw your attention about 3/4 down the page. There's a sentence that begins on the left margin, "I have reviewed." Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay, would you please read that sentence?
I have reviewed State's Exhibit 12.1, and the recordings are true and accurate, including timestamps, dates, and camera labels. The only changes are some zooms and red highlights, which were not part of the original recording.
Okay.
Would
Have
like
you,
me
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I didn't know if you wanted me to continue.
No, that's good enough. Have you had a chance, well, you reviewed the raw footage yourself, is that correct?
Correct.
And does that comport with your viewpoint of that exhibit?
It does, yes.
Have you had a chance to review what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.4?
Yes,
Okay, and when did you review that exhibit?
this morning
And who did you review that exhibit with?
with Kimberly Durfler.
Okay, was there any conversation about that exhibit?
No, I was just shown the video.
Okay. Nobody asked you questions or suggested anything to you?
They did not know.
Did you prepare that exhibit?
I did not.
Do you know who did?
The Utah County Attorney's Office.
All right. And I'm referring specifically to what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.4. What is depicted in that video?
That video is, again, a compilation of videos from the overall footage that was obtained from Utah Valley University for September 11th and September 12th.
And how does it compare to what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.1?
It appears to be the same footage. However, on this particular version, there were no circles or blurs that had been made to the video.
How about zooming in and zooming out?
No, there was no zooming or zooming out.
Does it appear to be identical to the raw footage that you've seen that portrays this particular part of the UVU surveillance video?
It does, yes.
Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.4.
Yes, objection.
Your Honor, we just object to the publication of this for all the reasons we argued yesterday. We think this video is going to play a big role in the trial, and
Welcome to my
to
kitchen.
allow the public to see it now would seriously impact our ability to get a fair trial, and we're asking the court not to publish it.
Thank you. And Mr. Sturgill, and to all counsel, as it will apply to all counsel, when you are moving a piece of evidence, it's the
Only
three
thing
parts,
you
whether
did was
admissibility
her
into the
saying that
record,
fake
to be
fans,
published in the courtroom, and captured by the media. So, Mr. Sturgill, as it's your request, what are you requesting?
First of all, I clearly had to admit the exhibit. I'd ask, and Judge, the presumption is that this is
Welcome to my kitchen.
published. And so the state's position is that it should be published here in the courtroom, and it should be published in such a way that the media can capture it on video.
All right. You may, if you would approach the lectern, please, and state your name.
I'm David Ryman. I represent the news media. I didn't make an appearance because the news media technically aren't parties, but as you know, they do have the right to be heard on issues like this, and I've tried to keep that to a minimum. But since this is the first one coming up today, I thought it might be helpful to just address it again. there is a presumption not just that it be published in the courtroom, as we talked about yesterday, because the participants or the spectators in the courtroom have a right to know what the court is viewing so that they can understand how you're making your decision. This seems like a very important piece of evidence. It doesn't seem like there is a basis
feel like
to
the
keep
media is
the
pushing
people
it
who are in the
quick.
courtroom today from understanding why it's being introduced. It is not like the videos yesterday, and my understanding at least is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we didn't object to the videos that weren't published yesterday that were graphic. We didn't object to the non-publication of the autopsy report. The argument here that Ms. Nestor just made is this seems really relevant, and that is precisely why it needs to be public. With the last thing I'll address is just EMC. There is a presumption, that's a rule presumption, not a constitutional one, that EMC is allowed. And I think that for all the reasons that we've briefed this for Your Honor several different ways, there needs to be a really good reason why. If it's being published in a public proceeding in the courtroom, it should not also be allowed to be published to the media. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Sturgill, do you wish to respond or perhaps give a little bit more detail on what this video purports to show?
Well, do you want me to proffer that, Judge, or have the witness?
I'll defer to you.
Okay. Well, first of all, if I could take one step back. Let me ask you, I may have misheard, but let's just be clear about this video, the compilation video. It includes video surveillance from UVU campus from what dates?
September 10th, 2025 into the morning of the 11th, 2025.
And if you wouldn't mind just describe in a bit more detail what this compilation includes.
The compilation shows the movements of the individual believed to be Mr. Robinson on Utah Valley University campus, arriving and leaving in a vehicle, arriving and leaving on foot, and then returning and leaving, and then attempting to gain access again in a vehicle. And his movements throughout the day are included in the videos also.
Is there any footage of the alleged shooting?
There is not, Judge.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Ms. Nestor, given that additional information and anything further from defense?
Objection.
Mr. Burt's he's the one who's been litigating all of the First Amendment issues, if he could address Mr. Ryman's argument.
Yes, Mr. Burt, if you wouldn't mind coming
I don't
forward.
know. You've been addressing all the rest of them.
Judge, I wanted to clarify one argument that was made by counsel for the media yesterday, and that was the rules, the Rule 4-202.02 does not apply to the situation we're in right now, and that is wrong. The rule says that this rule applies to the judicial branch, and 4-202.02J says the judge may regulate or deny access to exhibits to ensure a fair trial. So I think that rule does apply to our situation, and the Supreme Court in the Algier, ALLGIER case, 258 Pacific 3rd, 589, applied the rule in the context of an evidentiary exhibit. And I know the court has not mentioned, since counsel made that argument, this particular rule, but I think it does apply here. And also applicable is the Supreme Court's decision in the Kearns case, which we talked about when we argued the motion for denying access to the cameras. And that case, Kearns versus Tribune Corporation, 685 Pacific 2nd, 515, says that the standard the court ought to apply in determining whether an exhibit at a preliminary hearing should be sealed is one of a, quote, realistic likelihood of prejudice. And we rely on the evidentiary showing we've made in connection with our motion to exclude cameras, that there is a realistic likelihood of prejudice in this way. The court knows and has access to the media coverage up to the time when we litigated the motion concerning closing this hearing to the cameras. And the court knows that one feature of the media coverage has been a very pro-prosecution bias of every story that has been published on this account. The court also knows from that coverage that information is being widely disseminated, and you have found in connection with the shackling issue that the publicity in this case is likely to reach jurors who will be part of our jury pool. And we've also submitted to the court a public opinion survey which shows that the prejudicial publicity that the media has already generated in this case has affected the jury pool. And so those are all factors the court can point to and rely on and conclude that publication of this particular exhibit should not be allowed because there is a realistic likelihood of prejudice to Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial.
Not liking
So under
your
that
client
standard
is
and under
not
the rule,
prejudicial.
The court ought to deny publication.
Thank you, Mr. Burt.
Thank you.
Any final
You
argument
got
from the
all
parties
with-
before the court issues its ruling?
Your Honor, can I be heard on that briefly?
Yes, you may.
I once heard him argue 3.5 hours about.
Thank you, Your Honor. David Ryman. I just wanted to clarify. I don't know that Mr. Burt and I necessarily disagree about what he said about the rule. What we were talking about yesterday was something different. That is the portion of the rule that classifies records that are in the court file. It's not the same as what happens in a public hearing. And Mr. Burt referenced the portion of the rule that essentially just tracks the constitutional standard, which of course, controls here as to whether in this public proceeding it can be closed in any way, and non-publication of exhibits is a form of closure. So I don't necessarily disagree. I would just underscore a lot of what Mr. Burgess said has been briefed ad nauseum at this point. Their position that publicity is incompatible with a fair trial. The Allgaier case he mentioned, I know that case. I litigated that case. It involved a confession that the court found public because you have so many other tools to seat a fair and impartial jury. And we have cited that case repeatedly, and so has Your Honor, I think, recognized.
Oh, well, tell about it.
Pretrial publicity can coexist with the defendant's right to a fair trial. So the last thing I'll say is just that the constitutional standard that I think we're all agreeing applies here is weighty and difficult to overcome. And it is never satisfied, as we explained, by just generalized assertions that there's a lot of publicity out there. It's got to be something really specific, and they just haven't made that showing. And I certainly don't think that a video that apparently just shows the defendant walking around the UVU campus qualifies.
Thank you. Anything further?
Just from the state, no, but I think I'd like to be crystal clear. You asked if there's any portion of this video that captures, and I believe you asked of the actual shooting. There's no video of that. There is video, however, and you've heard testimony related to this, where the shooter goes to the top of the Low-C building, goes out to the edge of the building, low crawls, and
They
then
gonna
leaves
push this past
what we
5
assume
days,
is the
don't
shot
they?
being fired.
They
That's as
gonna go
close as
to
it
the-
gets. I don't know if that makes a difference, Judge. I just wanted to make the record clear, and I want to be crystal clear with Your Honor.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification as it is guiding for this court and making its ruling. I turn to Utah. Well, let me pull this up. So Rule 4-202.02. I go down to, well, first it says statement of the rule. 1, presumption of public court records. Court records are public unless otherwise classified by this rule. 2, public court records include but are not limited to. And I'm going to go down to 2J, exhibits, that the judge may regulate or deny access to ensure the integrity of the exhibit, a fair trial, or interests favoring closure. And the court recognizes the importance of the constitutional rights of Mr. Robinson being upheld and protected. At the same time, the court also recognizes the importance of transparency and a proper balance to ensure that the constitutional rights of all parties are upheld. As it relates to this exhibit, I believe it's 12.4.
12.4, yes.
Based off the representation of what is in that, the court differentiates this exhibit from the exhibits from yesterday, namely Exhibit 7, Exhibit 8, and Exhibit 9, as those are different in nature. And those go to issues relating to Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 28, as it relates to the Declaration of the Rights of Crime Victims. And the court also recognizes Utah Rule of Evidence 1102, as that is the foundation that's being laid for the admission of this exhibit. Having taken in consideration all factors, the court rules that Exhibit 12.4 is admitted into evidence and shall be played in the courtroom and may be broadcast by the media. We can proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Agent Hall, before we actually watch State's Exhibit 12.4, I have just a few questions. Yesterday, you testified at the very beginning of your investigation that you focused on the video that captured the shooter on the top of the Low-C building. Is that correct?
Yes.
I believe you also testified that you began by working your way, and this is what I remember you saying, so correct me if I'm wrong, but you in essence testified that you began with that video and you started working your way backward and forward with the UVU surveillance video in an effort to trace the shooter's steps on campus. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Would you mind explaining in a little bit more detail what you meant by that, tracking forward and backward on that video?
Yeah, we had a known when the shooting occurred, and as the officer testified, there was a video of an individual on the roof at the time of the shooting. And so the philosophy that we applied was to take what we knew and then work that forward through the timeline and backwards through the timeline to try and establish where the individual had gone from the rooftop or how the individual had come to be on the rooftop.
And did that, for lack of a better term, did that bear fruit?
It did,
you
yes.
actually see from, at least in part, where he came from and where that shooter went?
Yes, more so where he came from. It was very limited after the fact.
You testified yesterday that, in reference, I believe, to what's marked State's Exhibit 21, that you believe Mr. Robinson visited campus at least 4 times on the 10th and the 11th.
Correct.
And I think you reaffirmed that today. Did you do the same, attempt that is, to track Mr. Robinson through UVU surveillance video during each of those 4 visits?
Yes.
Or those other 3 visits, I guess?
Yes, on each occasion we attempted to follow the movements of the individual throughout campus.
And did you in fact see Mr. Robinson on campus in surveillance video that is not included in State's Exhibit 12.4?
Yes, there is additional footage of him on campus, yes.
Okay. I'm going to have displayed on your monitor. What you're going to see is a paused or a still image. And I'm going to ask if you recognize what, you see that now, Agent Hall?
I do, yes.
Okay. Do you recognize what's displayed on your monitor?
Yes, it's footage from the university that was provided to us, particularly of the parking structure.
Okay. Does it appear to be State's Exhibit 12.4?
It does, yes.
So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to have this video run. And if you don't mind, as it's running, I'm probably going to be asking you some questions. And so this video has no audio, is that right?
No, there's no audio on the cameras.
Okay. Let's go ahead and start the video.
Your Honor, it's just not up on the screen yet.
Let's go ahead and put it on all screens. No, I appreciate it. It is, so it is admitted and may be published to the screens. And just want to make sure it's on your screen, Agent. All right. All right, Mr. Sturgill, you may proceed.
Appreciate that, Judge. Thank you. Go ahead. Okay, what are we seeing here, Agent Hall?
That's the vehicle that is believed to belong to Mr. Robinson arriving in the parking garage on campus.
At what time in the morning? What time of the day?
It's approximately 8:30 in the morning on September 10th, 2025.
And what leads you to believe this particular vehicle belongs to Mr. Robinson?
Information that was provided regards to driver's license and Department of Motor Vehicle records. The vehicle fits the description of a vehicle owned by Mr. Robinson.
Is there anything unique about that vehicle that stands out to you?
The shape of the vehicle is very distinct, but predominantly the wheels were very distinctive on this version of the vehicle.
Now what do we see?
The driver of the vehicle exits the vehicle and then walks on foot to exit the parking garage. It's the individual in the red T-shirt and the shorts and the shoes.
And do you believe you recognize who that person is?
Yes,
Who is that?
I believe that's Tyler Robinson.
All right, and where does he go from there?
He heads out of the parking garage on foot into the campus and actually goes to the quad area of the campus. At that time, he makes contact with some representatives from TPUSA.
Like quad area?
Sorry, the amphitheater is what I previously referred it to.
All right. So he goes about campus, visits the amphitheater area, the courtyard or quad.
Correct.
And then what do we see here now?
He returns on foot back to the same vehicle.
And what time is he returning back to the vehicle?
It's about 9:25 a.m.
And where is this parking structure located on campus?
It's just off of Campus Drive. It's a short walk from the amphitheater.
What do we see now?
That's the vehicle exiting with Mr. Robinson driving the vehicle.
Now what do we see?
This is Mr. Robinson returning to the campus on foot from the neighborhood to the northeast. You can see he's wearing the same clothing as in the previous video. And he's carrying a blue backpack.
Describe the clothing.
It's a maroon colored T-shirt with gray or olive colored shorts and then Converse shoes.
And what time did he return to campus?
Just after 10 a.m.
And does he leave the parking structure eventually?
He does, yes.
Okay. And during this visit, do you know where he goes after he leaves the parking structure?
Yes, we were able to track his movements on campus. He went to Chick-fil-A in the Sorensen building and purchased some food, sat and ate the food. Then,
And
I'm sorry,
Where did he purchase the food from?
Chick-fil-A in the Sorensen Center.
And where is that in relation to the?
Dude got
the
himself a
amphitheater or
baconator
the
before
courtyard?
committing the crime of allegedly.
It's kind of on the northeast side of the amphitheater. It would be on the upper back edge of the amphitheater, furthest away from where the tent was that Mr. Cook was in.
And from there, where does he go?
From there, he moves across campus, out across Campus Drive into a wooded area on what would be kind of the northeast side of Campus Drive. Then returns back onto campus. We noticed at this point that he's no longer carrying the backpack that he was originally wearing. He moves through the Gunther building and the computer science building. And then, I'm sorry?
And then goes where?
Then goes across to the railing that gives access to the roof of the Losi building.
From there?
From there, he comes back down the stairs and walks off campus from that point.
And about what time was that he left campus that second time? Do you know?
I believe it was approximately 11 a.m. or just after, if I recall. I could verify from my notes if you need an exact time.
Yeah, if you don't mind. That'll help you remember, refer to it. Don't read it out loud. Let me know when you've had a chance to look at that, would you? Were you able to refresh your memory as far as the time?
I was, yes.
And what time was it?
It was just prior to 11 a.m. when he walked off campus.
Okay. And before we go any further, the parking structure that he left initially, where is that parking structure in relation to the LDS Institute building?
I'm sorry, in relation to?
The LDS Institute building on campus?
I think it would be just to the north of the LDS Institute building, if I recall.
Do you recall whether it was adjacent to the LDS Institute?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. What do we see displayed here now? Go ahead.
This is a video of Mr. Robinson returning back to campus the same way that he did previously on foot.
And this takes just a moment. And why, well, let me ask you this. You believe this is Mr. Robinson returning to campus?
I do, yes.
Okay. And why do you believe it's Mr. Robinson?
The shoes are the same, and the images that we have are from my viewing and seeing Mr. Robinson on the video, it's the same person.
He's noticeably wearing different clothing.
He is wearing different clothing, and he also is walking with a gait or a limp in this video.
With a gait or what?
A limp.
Okay. Now what do we see?
So this is Mr. Robinson coming up the stairs of the parking structure. Again, he seems to be having issues walking.
Thanks for being patient with me. Everything is back in the
Were we able to track Mr. Robinson
fridge.
when he leaves his parking structure?
You good? I kept
Yes,
people
we were able
entertained.
to.
Well, that's
So when he
the
leaves the parking structure, where does he go?
He comes up around Campus Drive, as you can see on the video here. There's a cut through there north of the Losi building, and that's Mr. Robinson coming up the sidewalk. He has the noticeable gait or limp in his walk. And then he moves south across the front of the Losi building.
On the sidewalk?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
He would be the rear of the two individuals in this particular video.
So right now, if we were to break this picture into quadrants, where would he be?
He would be in the top left quadrant, walking to the left of the image.
Now what do we see?
This is an image looking across the parking lot to the Losi building, and Mr. Robinson is appearing on the exterior staircase, which gives access to the Losi building roof and the area where the railing was.
And again, let's break that image into quadrants. Where would he be located if you broke it into quadrants?
It's in the top right, and the individual can be seen moving under the notations that are on the video.
Stop chewing on my cord.
And what time is this?
It's just afternoon, about 12:15
On what day?
on September 10th, 2025.
Okay. What just happened, or what did we just see happen?
The individual actually kind of rolls over the railing onto the roof of the Losi building.
All right. Go ahead, sir.
And again, in the top left corner, the individual is now seen running across the rooftop of the Losi building to what would be the southwest corner of the building, crouching down and then crawling to the corner of the building.
And this is at what time?
I mean, this is what I said from the very beginning. Like, I'm not a doctorologist, Mo. Maybe we should call Mo. But he's walking like he can't bend his leg. Maybe he has something hidden in his pants. Yes, something that doesn't hinge like your knee. Your knee is a hinge. Your hip is a hinge. With very few exceptions, a 30-06 does not hinge.
You would think if people want to go on campus, especially if they're not faculty, student, or anything like that, or not supposed to pre-schedule to be there like Kurt would, you would think they would even do body searches or something to make sure, say, you got somebody of importance. You might not be an elected official or anything like that, but somebody of importance coming on campus, should probably want to make sure everything's safe. By just checking everyone.
Are you happy to see me, or is that a Mauser in your pants? A line that I don't think I've ever used. Maybe I should try that one on Mr. Squid and see if it works. I'm sure he'll look at me and be like, do you need a doctor? Are you okay? Is there something wrong? Should I be concerned?
Do like how my uncle used to do. You say something interesting or catch my uncle's attention, you be like,
That'll happen. That'll happen. Yeah. Anyway, I appreciate y'all's patience with me. Like I said, this is why petty playback exists, because y'all 3D life stops for nobody, especially Kathy Nestor. And there is not enough caffeine on the
Oh,
fucking planet
what,
to get.
what you missed at the beginning? He said the state had addressed how those hearsay objections she was making. The state was like, Your Honor, yeah, you already ruled on this, so the objection is preserved for the record. I don't think counsel needs to continue making an objection. And both sides stipulate to not do that as long as it's noted for the record. So
I'd be afraid he'd pull a Mauser out. I mean, yep. You know,
I'm sounding more and more like as the days and the years go by.
I'm not a doctor, but I've played one. Cheers. You won comment of the stream.
Now,
Katie Buck had the comment of last stream with the haircut comment, and this one, yep. So far,
I'm not a now I know why my aunt's always like, why you don't take, because people from my church be asking like, can I join the church that you mod in or that you're into? And I'm like, why do you want to tell them like, it's best I just keep my church life and my YouTube life separate.
I mean, except for the fact that most people here believe in God and go to church. However, you can believe in God and be a good person and still have a strong personality and an opinion on certain things.
I didn't tell you the funny story. So apparently last week, one of the people from headquarters of the church sent me on a video, and they got on her because they like, your nephew is streaming and he's saying horrendous things, and this isn't a good representation of the church. I'm like, what do you say? I'm like, I don't usually say that. Now, a story can be made for the people I straight with, but so she sent me the video that they sent. Them not knowing me, they sent me a video that they filmed with me because they know that I stream with AJ or they found her channel, and they sent the wrong video. They thought I was Baker. I was like, we got nothing alike. What is this? I look like
and no offense to Baker. No, not at all. Baker's a good person. Baker is a good streamer. I love what he does. He's hilarious. But you don't look alike.
They said, I'm like, that's not my nephew. I was like, he's in Denmark. I was like, first of all, there's a couple things wrong with that. One, he's older than me. Two,
he's white.
He's from Denmark. And
he's
three,
white.
Assuming the fact that
he's white,
I'm your nephew. Don't you think if you're African American? Don't we look? Wouldn't the
Baker's white?
Look out that me that I'm black based on what my aunt looks like.
Baker's white. They thought Flash Fan was Baker. You know Broken Baker? Mm-hmm. They thought Flash Fan was Baker. People from Flash Fan's church got sent a video to his aunt, like, your son's saying some stuff online that might not be appropriate for representing our church. That's why I don't go to church, because good, church people. But at the same time, Baker's white. Like,
hey, what happened to you, Flash Fan?
they thought I looked like, and
like regardless of what you might have said or didn't say, regardless of
hold on,
like
flip the camera.
Like,
Oh, that's okay.
I look nothing like Baker.
That's okay, Flash Fan. When I first started at my job, my boss goes, "Oh, you're white," and I went, ta-da!
it's like,
So observant.
but
It kind of like the people that always tell me, like, I'm
Like-
uncomfortable around you. I'm like, for what? Because of what happened years ago. I said, what, your fault? They're like, no. I said, all right then.
like, I'm not gonna lie, that party I went to on Saturday, super fun, but I stuck out like a sore thumb. I was the only person that did not have a tan. So like, even if Flash Fan, even if you and Baker had like similar haircuts or hairstyles, even if you had similar like height, build, body weight.
I think he's taller than me too. I'm not 100% sure.
Oh, I think he's a bigger dude. I think he's tall. I'm from pictures I've seen. I think he's a pretty tall dude.
I'm being called.
But all right, see ya. I'll Apple Pay you some money. But like, he's white. Like, that would be the most obvious thing. Knowing you, I'd be like not to be like the
See, the problem is the
pink
people from
elephant in the room,
headquarters.
but
The thing is, the people from headquarters, they never met me. But you could put two and two together. You see what my aunt looked like. Wouldn't I look?
I mean, and there's always mixed race families, and you know, like my friend is white, or she looks white, but she's not white. She's just lighter skinned. But I think her dad's side of the family is like Jamaican, so she's that side of the family compared to her, she's white for all intents and purposes. However,
and just the fact
I'm
that
just confused.
He's foreign. I'm American. That's another.
That's true. That's true too. Like, we all sound nothing alike. Obviously, English is not his first language, and I struggle with English. So, like, I'm just okay. Sorry, y'all. We just
derailment.
sometimes, you know, people like. And Flash Fan, that's why I love you, because you're like my favorite. Like, you think the same as me. You're like, but what? There's so many obvious things here that make you go,
because they was
what?
I was gonna quit YouTube because my aunt, they were trying to punish her, talking about, well, we're gonna take your minister's license away. Your family's not representing the church. I'm like, I'm like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. So then she texted me on like I want to say like day before, like, texted me on like Saturday, and she was like, well, we got that cleared up, and she sent me the video. I'm like, that's what? How? How did they think that's me? Then she sent them a picture. They're like, oh,
Like,
yeah, good.
like, I follow Baker. I watch his streams when I get the chance to, but I don't like Baker and I aren't friends. Like, it's not that I have anything against him. It's just we just don't talk. Like, don't go back to Baker and say, well, Squid said she's not friends with you. I'm sure he'd be like he's never been on my streams. I've never been on his, although Carmen got invited on and I still haven't. AJ's been on his streams and I haven't. So, you know.
Baker's all right. I'm close more with his mods and people that's in chat.
You know, so am I a little butthurt? No, possibly. But like, we've just never talked. We've never been given the opportunity to talk, except me making comments on a couple of his videos and him, you know, putting them up on screen. But other than that, we've never been friends. However, good streamer, you're a good streamer. There's just obvious differences that I'm like, I don't have to know either of you to know that you aren't the same people.
When my aunt sent them who was actually me video of me, they like, oh yeah, he's not he's cool.
And Heidel, it's really sad that I have to feel the need to explain that. However, with the Jeremy Hales thing, people were like, when I say Jeremy and I aren't friends, we're not. Like, friends talk and we just don't. Like, it's not that I hate him. It's just we don't. So Baker and I, we just don't talk.
Well,
But
he the
people
whole
think,
section
well,
of-
people think I must know him because I know Mo, and Mo knows him, or I was a mod for Expert, and Expert's friends with him. Like, I also don't talk to Expert. I also don't talk to Shizzy. Like, I don't really talk to anybody. Like, I talk to Spawn, Flash Fan, Heidel. As far as streamers go, AJ, you, Flash Fan, or Spawn, and Mo. And that even Mo's few and far between. But like it's really sad that I have to like preface that. It's like I have nothing against anybody. It's just
I literally only talked to Mo once when she was on the stream when we did the Edric Foul stream. That was the
yeah.
first time.
And it's one of those situations where like I really hate that like I have to preface this with just because I say we're not friends doesn't mean I have anything against people. It's
yeah, like I said yesterday when we talked about that, not everybody connect, and that's all right.
Not everybody connects, but also not everybody speaks. Like there's just too many people in the world and too many streamers and too many people's like I have too many interests and other people have too many interests where maybe our interests overlap in one area of life, but like one area of life, like YouTube and trials is not the only aspect of life that people have.
And there's a whole section of not all two, but trial watchers that I don't even go over to that section. I don't have nothing to get to. I ain't never really watched them, and I just don't work with that crowd.
I don't know. He's never invited me, so
Baker really doesn't. He had to get real cool, from what I understand.
No, Jeffrey said I think Expert would love having you on FNL, but that's after your normal bedtime. He's never asked me.
Oh, Expert. Okay, okay.
Yeah, I always say it's like the woman at the like the checkout lady at the grocery store. I see her every time. This woman that has literally known my daughter since she was 8 weeks old says hi. We say hi to each other all the time, but are we friends? No. Do I know her phone number? No. Do I talk to her outside of the grocery store? No. Therefore, not friends. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's nothing to do with, yeah. It's, you know. By the way, preliminary hearing. Yes, I know. We're getting back to it.
Around 12:23. I think the timestamp on the video is 12:22.
It's fun to have a little nectar break every now and then.
This is the roof of the Lucy.
I need a video. A couple people have written me about teaching me how to do AI videos, and I appreciate you. When life calms down, I will respond to people, and I have said give me a couple weeks, but I need to do a video of like a Kathy Nestor break. Like, you know, like Mo has puppy kitten breaks and stuff like that. I need to do like a Kathy Nestor intervention break. However, Volusia 1, I do have an update for you on the missing air conditioning unit. Before we get back, the police were there. They stole not only the outside unit, but the inside unit as well. The lockbox was not broken into. The lockbox, the person had the combination and also used the appropriate tools. So you were correct in it had to be a crew member or a subcontractor that stole the air conditioning unit, not only the outside unit, but the inside unit as well. And if I have any more updates for you on air conditioner gate, I will provide it. It's not my air conditioner, by the way.
I think that's somebody robbed you.
It's the vacant house. So there's a house near my dad's new house that was built. Somebody contracted to have built, and for whatever reason, the person decided not to buy it, or the contract fell through, or something happened. But they finished building it, and someone yesterday stole the air conditioning unit. My dad got home and noticed the air conditioning unit the neighbor's house, or the neighboring house that's for sale, was missing.
Hey.
The back door was open. He called the realtor, and she had him go and look at the house, just to see. The front door was unlocked. The back door was ajar, wide the hell open. And upon further inspection, the inside unit in the attic was also missing.
That dumb one real department. Go check out. What are the people?
Well, here's the thing. My dad has internet installed like now. So my assumption would be that they saw the people digging for fiber optic cable yesterday and knew that internet was coming soon, which means that cameras were coming soon. And if they were going to do it, yesterday was their only opportunity. So I have a feeling that they saw that it's somebody else working on a different house, because that whole neighborhood is new construction. So I have a feeling that it was somebody working on another house that knew what happened with that house, and also saw the people for the cable company or whoever my dad hired to lay fiber optic cable for the internet, saw them there at the house within the last day or two, and knew that my dad was going to get internet soon, which means cameras.
Yeah, and the door.
And they took advantage of it. It's not my dad's unit. It's not my dad's house. It's a neighbor's house, or it's a neighboring house that would be in camera shot if my dad installed a camera when he got internet access. So it's
the craziest thing we got around here is
they break into my dad's house. They're gonna get a. They try to break into my dad's house. They are going to get the pointy end of a freedom seed thrower is the last thing that person might see. I'm just saying. Breaking into anybody who is related to me, like Mama Squid sleeps with a piece of metal. Like we don't play in this family.
The craziest thing we got around here.
Like Linda lives in a lockbox next to my bed. Linda lives right here during the day, and in a lockbox at night. So like, we don't play in this fucking house, and we don't play in this fucking family. You think I'm bad? Where do you think I learned it from? My dad. Just saying. Yeah. I don't play with 9mm though. 9mm, if you miss, will just piss people off. I prefer to like make sure that someone doesn't ever remember the fact that they existed.
See, if we see a Georgia trial, it's going to be her one day because somebody broke in.
It's called stand your ground.
Yeah, I got that in Georgia.
I'm not chasing anybody. I'm not wasting. See, and that's the thing. Like there was that Brunswick case around August of 2020, about the same time that Kyle Rittenhouse happened, was the case in Brunswick where the guy was running and they thought it ended up being murder. But they chased him.
Yeah.
No. I am not that. Like I'm too lazy to chase you. No, you come to me.
There was a guy in Missouri who, in 2012, he called the cops and he claimed that they were breaking into his house and the cops weren't doing it. So what he did was he drove his car to a neighbor's house, went back home.
Yeah, Roy, but I have a 3-year-old. So Roy, yes, they do, but when you have a 3-year-old, you kind of got to be a little, you gotta figure out things.
You don't want the kid getting a hold of that.
No. So like I get it, but there's a line we have to stay behind, and my 3-year-old being really creative is one of those. All right, let's get back into this preliminary hearing, but I will fast forward through Kathy Nesser's BS today because
So far, she's not
Correct.
apparently not supposed to be objecting to hearsay because the state.
Well, I thought there were no speaking objections, but apparently
Yeah, they both sides ignored that rule, so that's not even that's the smart. That's
I never. I'm looking at comments like this judge is awesome. This judge is really good. It's like this judge can't control his fucking courtroom.
He's. I'll give him this. He's nice. I like him. Do I think he know how to control the courtroom? Not so much. But
Somebody needs to hand him a pair of balls because Kathy Nestor apparently took them home like 3 weeks ago and is pushing him around, and he's okay with that.
only thing he's firm on is cameras. It seems like everything else he's like.
Everything else he bends and twists like freaking. He has the firmness of a handful of lotion.
I really want to see a Judge Arthur type person handle this case because they won't be getting.
Snipe says he's nice like a Mormon. That's true.
Fair enough, yeah.
All right, let's get back into this.
Can you still see that individual?
Yes, you can, laying prone.
You believe this to be Mr. Robinson?
I'm sorry?
You believe this to be Mr. Robinson?
I do, yes.
And how long is he out there on the edge of the building?
Just until the reported shot was fired at 12:23 and 28. The individual then stands up and then moves across the building to the north.
Is that what we're seeing happening right now?
It is, yes. And they move behind the atrium area on the rooftop to the northeast corner where the white triangle is.
Ooh, look at that.
Do you see Mr. Robinson now?
I do, yes. He's just arriving at the corner of the building, the almost top center of the image.
What are we seeing now?
And Mr. Robinson lowering and jumping off of the roof of the Losi building onto the grass area, and then moving away towards Campus Drive. He appears to be carrying some kind of an object in his hand at this time.
It is so much evident.
So he's approaching,
Campus Drive.
That's the thing.
and again, broken
Like,
into quadrants. Where is he currently?
I could
In the
see
top right quadrant.
them being bitchy about
And
things
time.
if there was like
It's 12:24,
circumstantial evidence.
42
And
timestamp.
there's so much.
He then crosses Campus Drive and drops down into the wooded area on the
Trying
far
to
side of
make
Campus
this a
Drive.
modern day O.J. Simpson. This is kind of like a modern day.
And that is located in what?
None of the evidence against
what
this
quadrant?
guy.
It would
This is not a modern day OJ Simpson. Like this is
I say
this
that
is like
I say that in the fact that not like the similar circumstances, but like there was a mountain of evidence against him, and there's a mountain of evidence against this guy. Where like if all this evidence is coming to trial, this guy is all but sure that the conviction is coming.
it's just oh my goodness. Like I could see them being picky about things if there wasn't enough evidence. Like I can see them being picky about stuff at trial because that's where you need beyond a reasonable doubt. But this is a freaking preliminary. I will never get over the bullshit that they are pulling. And I feel like they're just trying to take advantage of the fact that a lot of people that are interested in this case have absolutely no idea what they're looking at, what they're watching.
And
They are so uninformed on how our court system actually works, any rules of evidence. How, like, I saw a comment in yesterday's, in East Idaho News's yesterday's stream that was like, Charlie Kirk's lawyers are really bad. These are not Charlie Kirk's lawyers, you dumbass. These are fucking state prosecutors. I'm like, how, what?
Are you stupid? Comment sections, I can't no more. These comments. I thought law and crime comment section was bad with some of the cases they have. I'm like, whew.
But at least law and crime people, like, they have opinions, but they're based on the fact of people who generally watch trials. They might be wrong opinions, in my opinion. I think their opinions are wrong a lot of the times, or they're misguided. But like they know how the general gist of shit works. Some of the comments I've seen, like Charlie Kirk's lawyers are really bad. These aren't Charlie Kirk's lawyers, you dipshits. like how ridiculous do you have to be to realize that these are not Charlie Kirk's lawyers? These are state prosecutors.
It even got so bad. I heard that one of the news clips I watched about the preliminary because I wanted to see like when they were talking about who was in the courtroom or whatever. Somebody said that they was like, yeah, well, the judge has to make the determination, and the determination will determine if Tyler Robinson committed this crime, so that he had to find that, and then the jury had to also find that he's guilty. I'm like, that's not how that works.
It's not how this works. It's like the people saying, well, they're not releasing the autopsy. Why aren't they releasing? Because that's not how this shit works.
Yeah, they don't usually do that till years after the case.
You will get what happened in the autopsy. You will get the detailed version of the autopsy and the findings of the autopsy at trial when the medical examiner testifies. That's it.
Why
Like,
would
you will not-
I'm like, why would they put that out? That tips their hand.
And I'm like, it's just like, what the absolute, like, I'm just like, it's, what, ugh. And I feel like that's what this defense team is doing is, and I could be wrong, but my theory is they are just taking advantage of the fact that a lot of people who are interested in this trial and this case are political pundits, political commentators who don't actually watch trials, who don't actually follow any freaking court cases.
I guarantee you, there's some people out here that when next to the Jets, I'm like, yeah, she's doing a very great job. I guarantee you, there's some people out there that say that.
But I feel like what they're doing is they're tainting the jury pool against, like, they're so worried about getting a fair trial that I think they're tainting the jury pool and the people watching this that have no idea as to what a fair trial actually fucking is.
The jury selection process is going to be brutal because if anybody's seen this case, they're going to really be extensive questioning on how to separate stuff.
Well, and here's the thing. Like, I believe that what Kathy Nestor is doing is they are skewing the general public who does not watch trials, who has never been in trouble and does not know how a trial works. They are skewing as to what a fair trial is actually supposed to look like. Getting your way on everything is not how a fair trial actually works. That's not how that goes. Like, you will not always get your way. The judge will not always side with you. The judge will not always side with the state. You're like, it's just not everything the state does is nefarious. Not everything that the defense does, although I'm convinced in this case it is nefarious.
And I see it with both sides. Sometimes when the state adjusts in this case, I'm like, I don't know why you're fighting that, but sure.
I'm sure there are people who think the hearsay stuff is a serious issue. There are people that think this is the fucking trial.
Yeah.
There are people who are asking, is the jury seeing this?
Yep. I've been seeing comments saying, like, I can't wait till he's sent away for life. I'm like, that's not going to happen for years, the way they drag this stuff out. That's not what that is.
It is just one of those, like, tell me you don't know how this shit works. And that's part of the reason that I have this channel is because I'm not 100% sure of how all this shit works either, because I'm not a lawyer. I've never been convicted or accused of a crime other than other YouTubers saying she harassed me with no actual proof. Apparently saying, leave me alone, I don't like you, or I'm mad at you, I'm pissed, leave me alone, act like you don't know me anymore, is harassing.
That's like a little kid when you do something and you're like, you yelled at me.
Yeah. With that being said, that I've never actually been accused of a crime by anybody who matters.
Only crime I ever committed, and I was never convicted for anything. I stole a pack of gum when I was 6 years old. That's about the only thing I ever done.
So speaking of that, Christmas shopping with my dad, I wanted at the time, it was a Christmas stocking, but it was about the size of a phone. He said no, so I put it in my pocket and I was going to sneak it on the belt. Well, I forgot to sneak it on the belt. And I realized when we got to the car that it was in my pocket. I looked at him. I pulled it out of my pocket, looked at him. I cried my eyes out, and he made me take it back and apologize. It was Kmart in like 1991. And that's the last time I stole anything because I was scared out of my mind.
I went to the liquor store. My grandma went to the liquor store, and I was eating. She's like, "What are you eating?" I'm like, "This free candy." She's like,
I'm gonna take it out of your ass.
she was like, "I should be mad, but you don't know any better." She said, "But you can't do this ever again. That's stealing." I was like, "Oh."
Yep, I have to go take a picture for Mr. Squid of our new oven. So I will let this play, and I will be right back.
Yep.
Would have been just off center on the top left side.
What do we see now?
This is the intersection of Campus Drive and 800 South. There's a vehicle attempting to turn right onto Campus Drive. That's the vehicle is driven by Mr. Robinson.
And on the screen, where is that vehicle that you're referring to located? If you broke it into quadrants.
It's on the left side, on the upper side, the upper quadrant.
Now what do we see?
That vehicle's now pulling away and heading east on 800 South.
And why do you believe that that vehicle is Mr. Robinson's vehicle?
When that vehicle was stopped, it actually made contact with an officer who was doing security detail.
And do you know who that officer is?
Officer Goforth.
Okay. And do you know which department he works for?
Spanish Fork Police.
And did you have a conversation with Mr. Goforth regarding this interaction at that intersection?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what time was that interaction? I'm sorry, did I ask you that?
It was approximately 12:30 a.m.
On the 11th?
On September 11th, 2025.
So you talked to Officer Goforth about that contact on the corner on that, or during the early morning hours of the 11th?
Correct.
And what did Officer Goforth tell you about that interaction?
It was an interaction that, I guess cop intuition, but there was something about the interaction that made him make a note of the license plate of the vehicle. And then subsequently, when information was available that vehicle, or a vehicle matching the description of that, was involved in the incident, he ran the information that he had obtained from the stop and was able to identify that it was registered to Mr. Robinson, and he had in fact had contact with Mr. Robinson on the morning of September 11th, 2025.
The information that he ran, do you know what information when you say that, he ran information?
Yes, he ran a partial plate.
Okay. A license plate?
Correct.
And based on that partial license plate, he was able to identify the owner of that vehicle?
Yes.
And did he tell you who the owner of that vehicle was?
He did, yes.
Okay. And who did he tell you it belonged to?
So there were two registered owners of the vehicle, Kyle Robinson and Amber Robinson.
Did he say anything about the person that he actually interacted with?
Yes, it was a male that he believed to be Tyler Robinson.
Yo, I just have to tell you, you will never guess how stupid I am and how stupid I feel right now. So there is stuff. So we got a new oven. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know that drawer that's in the bottom of your oven?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, guess who forgot to empty it?
Oh.
I mean, there was only like 3 or 4 pans in there, and I needed new ones anyway, but I did not anticipate on having to buy new sheet pans and new pizza pan and all that. This and a new yeah, a new cooling rack. This particularly this early in my day. So yeah. We used it for storage, and guess who was so worried about getting things out of the fridge? That your girl forgot to empty the fucking bottom. So I know there's only 19 of y'all here, but if y'all want to send super chats my way for this freaking stream, because your girl feels like a dumbass.
Hey, I mean, stuff like that happens. Sometimes you forget. Dude.
I didn't realize it until I went to take a picture of it, and I was like, babe, you know how stupid I feel right now? I didn't tell him what I did, but I'm waiting for the text message of, what'd you do? I'm waiting for the, what the fuck? What'd you do? Yep. Dumb. Yeah, yeah.
Sound like me and my family. They text me like, oh, I feel crazy. I feel dumb. My response is, okay, how much bail money do you need?
I'm like, I just did something really stupid. Really stupid. They're gonna get it, and they're gonna be like, yeah, this bitch is dumb.
I'm even like, how much bail money do you need?
Chickity buck. Okay, thanks for the $2 super chat.
I'm even like, how much bail money do you
I mean, at the same, like, it's one of those situations where, Jeffrey, I probably could. However, the time it would take me to do that is probably way more than it, more time and effort than it's actually worth. You know what I mean? Like it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna go on Walmart.com right now and I'm gonna see if we can
It's an online shopping.
we can order some new ones. So yeah, there's that. I'm waiting for Mr. Squid to. Here's the message. Lay it on me. So I forgot to empty the drawer with all of our sheet pans and the pizza tray before they took the old stove. Period. Oops. My bad. I love you. That's what I literally texted. Welcome to my relationship. Lay it on me.
Somebody's gonna get new.
Saving money on the appliances. I know. Oh my god. Heather is exhibiting the effects of too much Nestor for one day.
Hey, look on the bright side. You made somebody's day by giving them free dishes.
I'm just waiting. Oops. Honestly, all this stuff was needing to be replaced anyway because the cookie sheets were like pre-2020. The pizza rack was pre-2020. Like it was starting to be like, okay, these things need to be replaced. It was just, we are the type of people that like we have higher priorities than a pizza plate or a pizza rack kind of a situation. So it's not that big of a deal, but it's just like how stupid. So I'm sure it's not the first time that's happened. You would think the delivery people would have a policy to double check for that sort of thing. Well, they had to take my front door off. So I think putting my front door back on the way that it's supposed to be was, yeah. Yeah. So we're going to get back into this while I shop.
Online shopping.
Let's return again to what's been marked States Exhibit 12.1. Again, you've reviewed that video.
Yes.
And the difference between 12.1, or what's been marked as States Exhibit 12.1, and 12.4 are, if I understand you correctly, are these enhancements that we've been talking about.
Yes.
And specifically, be specific about the enhancements, and let's go one at a time.
Okay.
I think there's a reference to either red circles or red highlights. I think
Correct.
That's how Mr. Olson described it, red highlights.
Yes.
Do you know what he's, or what is he referencing by the red highlights, or what do you believe he's referencing?
I believe he's referring to red ovals or circles that were placed over the image to identify specific individuals of note.
And these red circles, are they permanent red circles? Are they temporary?
I'm
Different.
I would assume they are temporary. I'm not very technological, but I believe they would be overlaid over the image.
And that is a bad question. What I mean by that is do they appear and disappear quickly, or do they linger or last for a period of time?
They're there for a notable period, but I believe they come off the video. But
All right. And other than, well, and you said that the circles, what do the circles do?
they identify an area or a person of interest within the video.
And other than do that, do the circles or the highlights, do they do anything with regards to the video itself, as far as its accuracy?
Not to my knowledge, no.
I think the next enhancement that has been mentioned that we talked about is there's some blurring.
Yes.
Do you know what that, tell us what that is. What blurring do you see in what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.1 that you now don't see in 12.4?
If I recall, there were some individuals in the parking garage footage and their faces were blurred.
Is anything other than faces being blurred?
Not that I recall, no.
And how often do you see the blurring throughout the video?
I believe it's just in the original sequence in the parking garage.
The other than the blurring, does the blurring, other than obviously blur out part of the image, does it change or impact the accuracy in your mind of that part of the compilation video?
Not to my knowledge, no.
then the last thing is, I believe, is there's some zooming in and zooming out that's in 12.1 that has been removed
Yes.
from 12.4. What can you tell us about the zooming in and the zooming out?
Predominantly, it's in the area that was referred to as viewing the Losi building rooftop. I believe it focuses on the area where Mr. Robinson comes up the stairs and onto the rooftop. Those portions of that particular footage were zoomed in for clarity.
Other than zooming in and zooming out, does at least that enhancement to the video, does it change the content of the video?
No,
The accuracy of the video in your mind?
no.
Okay. Are the enhancements in State's Exhibit, well, it's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.1, are they helpful in any way, or what do they add or take away from that video?
I think for people who are not familiar with the area and what's trying to be shown, they allow an opportunity for people to look at an individual who we believe to be.
And thank you, Jeff, and Jeff's family for fixing and helping to fix my Nestor fatigue fuck up, because for the $100 Ko-fi, because that will pay for everything. Yeah. Sometimes I'm left speechless by the amount of support that people have shown me. I just can't. Stay humble. Let's put it that way. Like, just stay humble.
You deserve it. Not everybody out there is a hater. You got some real fans out here.
I have made some really, really good. I have met some really good people and made a new family, people who I would consider family. And I just, it's kind of one of those things where you need to say something, but you just have nothing to. Yeah. You just can't. I appreciate it very, very, very much. It means a lot. It really does. So now I'm gonna fix my problem. I can't believe that I did it, and when I realized that I did it, I felt like a complete idiot, because I'm like, how do you?
You would be surprised. They nothing. People do stuff like that.
Like I just bought new dishware, or like silverware. I got really nice like black stainless steel silverware. Like, it just got really nice, a good heavy duty set that'll last hopefully for a lifetime. I got a new tray and all that stuff. So we've slowly been replacing stuff. My biggest fear was leaving it in the dishwasher when they replaced the dishwasher. So I was so worried about the fridge and the dishwasher that I completely forgot about the stove. So dumb. Do you ever feel like you do something and you're like, wow, that was incredibly stupid? Like, wow, that was incredibly stupid. Like, and it's so stupid. Like, you can't be mad at yourself. You just have to like laugh, because you're like, I just can't believe that the level of like.
I do that every time I'm looking for something and can't find something. My family with a snake, with a bitch.
It's got to be a man thing, because yesterday someone was at my house and they went to look for glass cleaner, and they opened my cabinet door. I said, underneath the sink. They opened my cabinet door and were looking. Sitting there staring. I opened to the other side, picked it up, and grabbed it and handed it to him. And I'm like, if it was a snake, it would have bit you.
I would like to blame my vision impairment, but I can't even. Some of this stuff be right in front of my face.
You go so fast, just enjoy the ride. Like, there's one thing every day where I just look at myself and I'm like, I cannot believe that I did that. Like, I just cannot believe that I did that. No, the dishwasher and the microwave are coming tomorrow between 1 and 4. So we will do this whole process again, except I won't have to unload and reload a refrigerator, because it's a microwave, and although it will take a little longer because it's the microwave above the range, and the dishwasher involves some plumbing work. So it will take a little longer, but I won't have to sit and it's a lot of that. It's okay. I think we all lost brain cells listening to that lady yesterday. Yeah,
If we got to hear some more, probably.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, let's get back into it.
be Tyler Robinson, and also specific movements with more clarity than the original focal point gives.
So let's talk about the zooming in and the zooming out. It sounds like it's specific to the low-seat rooftop, if I understand you correctly.
Yes.
Okay. And I think we've all watched that exhibit.
Correct.
Before. And although you can see Mr. Robinson and his movements, is it fair to say that it's difficult to really see what's going on?
That would be fair, yes.
Okay. And the version that's in 12.1, does it facilitate at least that part of the video seeing Mr. Robinson and tracking, I guess, his steps?
I believe so, yes.
Judge, at this point, I think in combination with yesterday, the foundation that was laid yesterday, including the written statement from Mr. Olson, which has been admitted into evidence and is, well, it's already been admitted into evidence, we believe there's enough foundation that at this point we'd also ask the court to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.1. We think it would be well, beneficial for Your Honor to do it.
Ms. Nestor.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We renew our authenticity objection, and we also object to the, for admission purposes. And then we also object to the publication for the same reasons, the fair trial issues that we
Shut up. I'm skipping you. Like, I don't even care
raised
anymore.
with
A question, and just directing your attention to Utah Rule of Evidence 403, to the last phrase, the last 4 words in that. Do you wish to address that?
Judge, I may have to look at 403 specifically for those last
Well,
words.
I
unless you wanna share
can read that.
Okay,
Or
go ahead and
needlessly
read that.
presenting cumulative evidence. So the court may, let me just read the whole rule for completeness. The court may exclude relevant evidence if its probative value is substantially outweighed by a danger of one or more of the following: unfair prejudice, confusing the issue, misleading the jury, undue delay, wasting time, or needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. I'm not looking at anything else other than that last portion. I recognize there is no jury. I am the magistrate. I am the fact finder, but just addressing that last point of Rule 403.
Right. Judge, well, I don't believe that the evidence is cumulative. I think that each of the 2 videos, although they portray basically the same footage, there's characteristics of the one that has been enhanced that I think makes it easier for Your Honor to truly see what's going on. And for the public to see what's going on. And we've displayed 12.4 on the video. And unless you have very, very, very good vision or you've zoomed in on that monitor, you really can't see what Agent Hull has just described. The character of 12.1 is it simply, it enhances that at least important parts of that exhibit. And it just makes it easier to see. Not
Tammy J, if you've been lurking, we found. Oh, okay, Tammy J, if you have not been lurking, we found a lawyer that makes Bubbles look competent. And I just found out I'm a complete idiot. Also, Heidel, you know I love Flash Fan. You know Flash Fan's my little brother. But on this one, it doesn't take a rocket scientist.
That's what I'm doing. Like, everybody figure this pattern out. They ain't unique to me.
And Volusia, I've literally gotten in my car to go to work and walked back and wondered why my car wouldn't start, walked back in the house to grab my keys. So, like I said, there's something every day. Yeah. There's something every day. But hey, Tammy J, how are you?
Yeah, defense attorneys used to be my favorite. These ones I can't defend.
I swear it has to do with them being recorded. The less attorneys are recorded, the higher we think of them. Because when they are not recorded, we have a higher standard. Because when you write stuff, you can proofread it. You can have other people read it before you submit it. So there's like a higher level of competency that we believe that they have. When you are being recorded or you are on a live stream and you don't have that backup plan and you look like Kathy Nestor.
There's the lawyer that he does recap for like trials. He did a recap of like day 1. And the title of his video is Questionable Objections Explained.
And I was sent by 2 or 3 people. I was sent the short that Jeremy put out. A couple of people sent me that. A couple of people also sent me the post that the Playback put out. I'm aware of that show, but honestly, like, who brings a child to a courthouse? I mean, I have, but it was literally to turn in my paperwork of why I could not do jury duty because I did not have a babysitter for my 1-year-old at the time. So
good calls. Sour. Good call. Hardship.
Well, I literally didn't. We weren't speaking to my mother-in-law. I didn't have a babysitter. My mom works full time. She only has off in the summers. So like I had to go to the courthouse to drop off my paperwork as to why I couldn't do jury duty while holding the reason I can't do jury duty.
Imagine people living in Utah and getting a jury summons when this trial goes to trial.
Oh, sweet Jesus. Yeah. All right. The dude hasn't messaged me back yet about what I said. So he's probably yeah.
Probably taking his head like, okay.
It's probably like, I should have seen that coming and I should have reminded you that there's stuff down there. Someone who needs a convenient or ready convenient excuse. Yeah, there's that. Oh, shoot. I just got a notification from Reddit. Attorneys now representing Carmelo Anthony have filed motions for a new trial and recusal of Judge John Roach.
Yeah. I know they've been done that. I know they found an appeal.
Well, I get Reddit updates, so it might have happened before. However, it just got updated to Reddit a few
I
seconds
wanted
ago.
those found public. I maybe had to go look and see it a second time.
Funny, the entire reason she missed last deposition was John had an appointment and nobody to watch the child. Today, John was there and she still had the child. Makes zero sense. That's what I don't understand. Like, and here's my devil's advocate of, you don't have to like Jeremy. You don't have to be a Jeremy Hales fan to look at the other side of things and see that some shit just does not make sense. Like, it just does not make sense. Like, you can't say one thing and then when you have that, all of a sudden change your story. Like, it just does not work. Like, you don't have to be a fan of Jeremy's. And I know some of Jeremy's fans are a little, they call fans, the fan is short for fanatic for a reason. But you don't have to be a Jeremy Hales fan or subscriber to see that things just don't add up. Just a thought. So, with that being said, we're going to get back into this. Whatever this is right now, I'm really like, ugh.
Hey, this is still direct examination. Yeah, it's her objection. He's trying to.
So, I got new appliances today. So, short story, long story short, Mr. Squid wanted a new refrigerator because he knows that I hated the one we had. And then all of a sudden it became refrigerator and dishwasher. And then it was with the 4th of July sale, all 4 of our appliances so that we could get a whole house protection plan for all of our appliances, including our washer and dryer, through Whirlpool for a lower price than paying for individual ones. But we were able to get 4 appliances for cheaper than just 2. I don't know why. Buy more, save more is a real thing. Make that one make sense? I don't know. However, the refrigerator and the stove got delivered in between my 2 streams today. So the beginning of my stream, I was repacking my refrigerator. And I realized just a few minutes ago that when they took the old oven and range, that I forgot to take the stuff out of the bottom drawer. Or the bottom area where we kept like the pizza tray and the cooling rack and like cookie sheets and stuff. So yeah, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Yeah. With that being said, I'm stupid and we're gonna watch somebody that's stupider than me.
Not only by Your Honor, but also by the public. And specifically as it relates to the zooming in and the zooming out.
Okay. Anything further from the parties as it relates to? 12.1. All right, well, I will admit 12.1 into evidence, but as it relates to playing it in the courtroom or on the television or for the media, I find that it is, well, as the fact finder, I will look at the evidence and weigh it as a magistrate is required to do, but I do not find it is,
Put this
I
video in
don't
the
find it's necessary to replay this video, given the representation that's the exact same video, the difference being enhancements made. If it was different in any way, or if it added to or subtracted from, that would be one factor. But because it's simply the same video, simply zooming in with circles or notations, the court does not find that the interest of justice requires it being played again. But it is received into evidence and will be reviewed by myself in determining the probable cause determination.
And I appreciate that, Judge. And just so we're clear, State's Exhibit 12.1 has been admitted.
It is received into evidence, yes.
And your intent is to review it in its entirety, but not here in the courtroom.
Yes.
Can I make one suggestion, Judge, or maybe one run request? I believe the most important part, or the most helpful part of this video is the zooming in and the zooming out. And that is a portion that, if you want, we could isolate that and only play that portion of the video if you'd be willing to publish that portion of the video. And that's really the thrust of why we are trying to introduce that exhibit, because we believe that it's helpful to see it up close. And
I
unfortunately,
really
because of the way it's
don't
formatted and the way it's been
see why the media is fighting him on publication of stuff to the public. I mean, at the end of the day,
Traveling Fools is in the house.
Hmm?
Hey. Yeah, I just don't like. I don't know. This one's. I don't want to agree with Kathy Nestor on this, but even a broken clock is right twice a day.
yeah,
I don't think.
I'm like, at the end of the day, he's the one that's determining. Who cares what the public thinks?
Yeah, I don't think you need to show the same video zoomed in. As long as the judge has it, it's the same video. It's compounding evidence. And honestly, the only complaint I have about the compounding evidence stuff is 4 or 5 days worth of a preliminary hearing. I believe there's going to be compounding evidence there because it's 4 or 5 days for a probable cause hearing. Like, there's going to be compounding evidence no matter which way you turn.
And we still haven't got to this. I think they're supposed to be civilian witnesses as well. So we still on the foundational stuff.
So it's just, I don't understand why you needed 4 days for this, possibly 5, depending on. I think the judge said 4, but I've heard different things. I don't remember.
They had it set for like 6th to the 10th. So I don't. Maybe they would expect them. Maybe with defense objection and cross examination. Maybe that's why they said it for this month.
This judge needs to tell both sides to get on with the show. That needs to tell the defense not to stop making objections on shit he ruled on, and the Supreme Court of Utah already ruled on.
I guarantee you, if this was California, where most of these attorneys are based, California judges by all right, counsel. So let's move on.
But,
California judges, at least the ones in the 90s, were strict.
yeah. Can I ask what are my thoughts on Erica? I think I would not have handled shit the same way as she did. However, I am not also in the public eye, so I don't know what I would have done.
Is this Erica Kirk?
Yeah.
What did she do? Because like I said,
People are just thinking she's not grieving in the right way. And I have a thought of like, if she cried her eyes out every time people saw her in public, they would say that she's or she's crying too much, or she's performative. If she's being stoic, like she is what I think is trying to be super strong, she's trying a little too hard to be strong, or appear strong.
And people grieve in different ways. And I said, when I lost people like family, I don't outwardly show it. I usually like to do that stuff in private. Grieve in private.
And I just,
when I lost my mom,
and I just think she's got a company to run, and also people are going to judge her no matter what. I would rather be judged on being a bitch than being emotional. I don't know.
And according to people that were in the courtroom, she was emotional in the courtroom. She had her and family members and stuff had people left yesterday.
And here's my other thing. So she is always being filmed. Here's the thing too. Her kids are gonna grow up and see how she reacted. Would I want my child to see me crying every opportunity that I was on camera? But I'm sorry, like, I am not a pretty crier, so I am going to be the type where I'm going to be as stoic as shit, and I'm not going to let my makeup run because I'm not going to let you see me fucking cry. But that's just my personality, so that might be her personality as well. I am not going to let you see me be weak. And you know what? Because her kids are going to see how she reacted. And I don't know if I'd want my daughter to see me cry. That's also another aspect that I don't know if anybody is taking into account, is the fact that whenever she's being recorded, her children will see that. And I don't know if...
And I struggle with showing emotions as well, but that's for the wrong reason.
I don't know.
My dad was like, men ain't supposed to cry.
And do I think, would it be the way I would handle shit? Do I think she's got some things that we don't know about going on? Probably. Do I think there's a lot of public pressure and private pressure to act a certain way? Are Charlie's parents probably making her act a certain way because they want her to act a certain way? That's possible too. But at the end of the day, she was she was a beauty queen before she met Charlie. So she can act. She can put on a smiling face ish. So I don't know. It's a thing. I don't know. What do you mean never mind? I mean, just give us your thoughts. Like, we don't always have to agree on stuff. That doesn't mean I dislike you or I might not agree, but and there might be some stuff that we don't know about, but I think there's a lot of conspiracy theories around this case that are just easily debunked, but have gotten so much traction that have taken on a life of their own that it's like they can't. There's a lot of people that are angry that he's dead. There's a lot of people that are happy he's dead, which I don't fucking understand because I have never wanted to celebrate, with the exception of like a terrorist. There is no one I would be like, woohoo, you know? I just don't understand that. That's just not my personality. Even if I dislike someone, it's like, am I going to cry about it? No. But am I happy?
I might not lose sleep over it, but I ain't gonna go out there and barbecue and grill with somebody out there. Like,
yeah, I just think despite she's got a lot of pressure from probably her family to act a certain way as well. So it's, you know, I don't know. And there might be some things that we don't know about, but with people saying that she had shit to do with it, yeah, I don't think she had shit to do with it. I don't think that going from, even if you don't like your spouse, going to be a single parent of infants and toddlers, not really.
And usually when this stuff happens, when it's significant crime or significant other, they don't do it out in the public sphere.
Or you don't hire a kid to do it. Like, I don't know. It's just weird, the amount of conspiracy theories. And if you break down some of these conspiracy theories, they don't hold water based on like facts. Like, for a while, Candace Owens, she corrected herself from what I understand, but was saying that he wasn't autopsied. That's not what this investigator and the documents just said. So, like, of course, we're not going to see his autopsy because it doesn't come out before a trial, because that's just not how shit works. And you have a lot of people talking who just don't understand how the court system works. And they're like, they're like, well, she got a lawyer. Well, yeah, because according to Utah law, she is entitled to a lawyer as part of the victim's representation. It's just
Because
there's
she,
just
if she have an objection to something, she can't just stand up there and speak in court. She had to speak through an attorney.
exactly, and according to Utah law, and I'm not sure which statute, but Utah law, the victim's family is entitled to representation in court. So that is more than the state prosecutors. So it's just a if the statute says that you're entitled to hire a lawyer and put your voice out there too, I would. I would. So it's just one of those things. Yeah, she'd be stupid not to. So it's like a lot of these things, it's just like the media saying that the judge spoke to her yesterday. No, the judge acknowledged that the family was there, which I'm sure if you watch any one of his other trials or any one of his other preliminary hearings, he probably does the same freaking thing.
I'm trying to tell him about Tyler Robinson's judge addresses Erica Kurt. I'm like, he said, "Good morning, Miss Kurt." That's all he said. What
Yeah, and I think that's part of the media just doing what the media does and trying to stir up controversy where there is none. Do you think it was because of his views changing? I don't think he was unalived by anybody except for this individual. I think they have the person based on the text messages, the bullets, based on the evidence. I don't think this is a conspiracy. I don't think this is the conspiracy. I don't think that she had anything to do with it. I don't think that the government did it.
Or the newest theory I saw in the comment section, the Chinese triad.
Oh my God. Like
I'm like, okay, that's a new one.
like I don't think she had anything. If it wasn't Tyler Robinson, it was another part of that group that he was a part of. Like I think it was just a nutbag, crazy person who took the opportunity when it presented themselves. I don't think like this was not a professional shot. And Tammy J, I talked about it yesterday. Having some experience with some long range shooting, and knowing some people who have lots of experience with long range shooting, this was not a professional shot. This, in my opinion, was he missed and got lucky. Because you don't aim for the neck. And if you're a sniper, you don't miss. So if you're a sniper, you don't miss, but you also don't aim for the neck. Because that's a super small area. You aim, So this was not a professional shot. This is not a professional shot by any means. So that and even if you want to say devil's advocate, you want a professional shot and you want to make it look like it wasn't professional. That's not how it's.
This wasn't no Lee Harvey Oswald.
Yeah. This is Lee Harvey Oswald. I have questions about. Yeah. But this is just, even if it wasn't him, it was a single shooter, not a professional. It was not a professional. I could have made that shot better than he did. Also, you never want to be in a position that's not covered.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't derail. You're fine. You didn't derail. You're fine.
Sometimes we need a break from this defense attorney.
Yeah. Too many people think Call of Duty is how things really work. Too many people think Law and Order, SVU, is how things actually work.
Oh, yeah. Based on comments about this case.
Oh, my God. Charlie's lawyers are really bad. These are not Charlie's lawyers. These are the state prosecutors.
Right. Only way Charlie will have lawyers is if the family filed a wrongful the death suit or something or the other later down the road.
Yeah, or CSI. Yeah, CSI. It's CSI. It's not Law and Order. It's yeah. We'd rather discuss this than Nestor, but I am going to play this because I got to go to the bathroom. This, you know.
Recorded. There's no way any of us can zoom in and zoom out on this video to get a better look at what's going on. And that's the reason why we did what we did. But we had to memorialize it and save it, and then present it in that way rather than just present it in its raw form and then have the ability to zoom in and out, if that helps Your Honor understand why we're doing what we're doing.
All right, Ms. Nestor, to the second request of not playing the whole video in its entirety, but simply the portion with the zooming in. How long is that, Mr. Sturgill?
Jackson.
I think it's a couple of minutes.
All right, Ms. Nestor.
We object to the prejudice of that, Your Honor, and ask the court to stand by your previous ruling on that.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate both parties. What I will do is review this video in court, and it will be displayed to the monitor's counsel table and to the court's monitor on any portion that you wish to play for me to look at, so all parties can see clearly that the court is reviewing it in court. But I do not find that it is necessary for its publication because this is the exact same video. I recognize it's zooming, but in balancing constitutional rights, there is nothing on this video from what's been represented that the public hasn't already seen. It's simply zooming in, and I don't find that that is necessary and so in balancing the constitutional rights of all parties, I'll view it on the monitor. Counsel's free to view it with me as I'm looking at it, but it will not be broadcast in the courtroom or by the video camera.
I appreciate that, Judge. I respect that. I think there's a natural break where we can start. And what I'm going to ask is just to simply play the You will have this entire exhibit in evidence, though.
Thank you.
Is that right?
Yes, I will. All right, whenever you're ready. Counsel, as it relates to your monitors, just as a caution, if you don't want it to be wished to be picked up, and I'm not saying it will, I know there are camera operators being diligent in ensuring that complying by the rules, but in abundance of caution, this is just your moment to take care of your screens if you feel the need to do so.
Judge, if I just have one moment, hold on. Not sure where the power button is on this. There we go.
All right, counsel for defense, are we prepared? And for the state?
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you. Having heard from both counsel, I'll go ahead and review it on my screens. It is not being displayed in the monitor in the courtroom, and you may present 12.1, the portion you wish for me to view. Starting and stopping as we go, or when we finish is fine. I just want the record to be complete.
Yeah, maybe the prosecutor is too media happy.
The difficulty doing that is because we've zoomed in, it's removed timestamp on it.
Well, you can just give me the
count
on the bottom of the total length of the video. So that's fine. I'm just trying to create a record of what exactly I'm looking at.
Nestor's not happy. Look at that face.
This is going to be a very rough trial for her.
This is going to be a rough year for her. 2026 has not been her year.
She lost one high-profile case and get overruled in another.
I have it on my screen. It's so it looks like it's been paused at 6 minutes and 9 seconds.
Agent Hall, can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, well, let's just, I'm going to play it.
Crazy part is she got one of the biggest cases in the country. You being watched internationally, you doing stuff, making a stupid adjustments like this. Oh, wow.
Like I said, and this is why I feel like attorneys don't want cameras in the courtroom, is because everybody gets to see how their skill level actually is. When is Nestor happy? I don't know.
I saw reporting on
It
this
always
case.
looks like that.
I saw reporting on this case from a news site in India, so this case get international attention.
All right, it's been paused. It looks like at 6 minutes and 23 seconds.
I'm sorry. Judge, at 8:23, we stopped the video.
Oh, 8:23. Okay.
8:23. That's the count on the video itself.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sturgill.
Agent Hall, you're able to watch that zoomed-in version. Is that
Yes, sir.
right?
I'm with you.
And was there anything that stood out watching that zoomed version?
I thought I was the worst RBF you've
For me,
seen.
on the zoomed version, it's apparent that Mr. Robinson, the individual jumping off the roof, is carrying an item.
Okay. And you can see clear the clothing that he's wearing.
Objection!
Mr. Sturgill, do you want to respond to the objection?
Judge, it is leading.
I'll go ahead and sustain the objection, and that you may move forward.
Is it easier to see? Well, strike that, Judge. I'll let the video speak for itself. Judge, I have nothing further with Agent Hall.
All right. Ms. Nestor.
have the court's indulgence? Thank you.
15, let's come back at 10:30, and we'll resume with cross-examination of Agent Holt. Court is now in recess.
Oh, they finished his direct.
So I got a response from the dude. So while we're waiting on this, or while we're
Get
fast-
through.
yeah, he says, I will send it. He says, shucks, or he said, oh well, they were all the old cooking stuff. Shucks, guess we'll just have to buy new ones. I was like, well, okay, there's that.
At least he doesn't understand that if somebody in my family, like my sister or my brother-in-law wouldn't do this, my sister would be yelling like I don't know what.
I just feel so stupid. Like there's the want versus need. We wanted new ones, but we didn't need them at that very second. There were more pressing matters to deal with, like a refrigerator that I didn't resent looking at every damn day. That I but were the stove and the microwave change necessary? No. Although my microwave, the lighting on my microwave is a little
Agent Hall.
is a little weird. Like the clock, it like blinks. Like the light underneath is weird. So it's not perfect. Could stand to be replaced. Didn't need to be replaced. There's the want versus need. However, my cookware, like I need new cookware. I am struggling with using, not struggling, but I'm using the old one because it's not a necessity. We have cookware. Does it need to be replaced? Yes. Do we need it replaced now? No. There's how my mentality always is. So, but now I guess we need to buy new stuff because I just sent it to the Lowe's the Lowe's warehouse. So there's that.
Good
You and
morning.
I have met before, but just to remind you, my name's Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys
Oh
representing Mr.
Lord, she
Robinson.
crosses examining. All right.
So, when did you leave the SBI?
The State Bureau of Investigations?
Yes,
March of this year.
March of this year?
Yes.
So you were involved in this investigation from September to March, basically.
Yes.
And your new position at Post, what is your new position?
I'm an investigative sergeant.
So you investigate potential wrongdoing of police officers?
Correct.
Okay. So when you were first brought into this case in September, is it my understanding from your testimony that you were not engaged in any way with this event prior to getting a call after the shooting? Is that correct?
Correct.
Does the SBI on occasion assist other agencies with preparing for big events like this or not? Is that not typically something you do?
Not something that I've ever been involved with, no.
Okay. And what time did you arrive on campus that day?
I believe it was shortly after 1:30.
So approximately an hour after Mr. Kirk had already been removed from the.
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And were you involved in putting up any drones into the air? Were you part of that, or were you not
It's
involved?
not, no.
So how quickly after you arrived on scene did you become aware that you were actually going to be in charge of the scene?
I believe it was approximately an hour after, so what would have been approximately 2:30.
So for the first 2 hours, you were not in charge?
For the first 2 hours, I didn't arrive till 1:30, so no.
Okay. And once you came from on high that you were basically going to be in charge of the scene, what was your first priority? What were you focused on?
We were focused on,
Why do lawyers make the most money yet buy the ugliest fucking clothes? Sorry.
through our mid-crimes team and our lieutenant, putting together an investigative team and developing initial assignments and a plan as to what we were going to do moving forward.
And part of that is protecting any potential forensic evidence that may be found on the scene. That's clearly important, right?
Correct.
Preserving the scene, right?
Correct.
But it sounds like that's not really your area. That was more maybe Agent Falmina's area.
Agent Falmina was assigned to process and document the crime scenes. It was my understanding that the known scenes at that time, amid the chaos, had been contained and had been secured by the on-campus officers who were already on scene.
And what's your understanding of what the known scenes were? In other words, the area where there might potentially be evidence that you needed to process.
I know that the amphitheater area was cordoned off and managed as best it could with the number of people that were there. I was also made aware that there was a rooftop area that had been secured and also an area off of the side of that building that had been secured by an officer.
And that building was the Losi building?
Correct.
Wasn't there also a bullet found on another building?
I believe an unfired bullet had been found on another building at some point during my time there on September 10th. yes.
Which building was that, sir?
I don't recall.
Was that considered a scene that was worth preserving?
It was not. My recollection is that that was accounted for as an ejected cartridge from an officer who had cycled his rifle.
Okay, I thought you said it was an unfired bullet, and now you're saying it was a
That's correct.
cartridge?
When a weapon is cleared, an officer would make his rifle ready, which would chamber around.
Oh, I got you.
My understanding was that that's how that was accounted for.
So an officer claimed that bullet belonged to him or her?
That's my recollection, is that was how it was accounted for.
And when was that accounted for?
I don't know specifically.
Do you remember what type of bullet that was?
I don't.
Was it a 30-06, do you remember?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know where that bullet is now?
I don't.
Okay. So you had the amphitheater area that had to be preserved.
asking me questions I don't know
How
the
far out
fucking
did that
answer to.
stretch? The entire amphitheater or just the area around the tent or what?
My understanding was the entire amphitheater area was cordoned off, and there were attempts to secure the campus itself with a perimeter of officers who were monitoring or preventing people coming and going.
When you arrived on the scene, were you aware that an individual had been taken into custody?
I had heard that, yes.
Did you ever have any interaction with that individual?
I did not.
And were you advised at any point that that person was no longer a person of interest?
Information was passed down that the individual was not considered to be a suspect in the shooting.
And when was that, time-wise?
I don't recall specifically, but I know I was on campus when I'd heard.
So whoever arrested him as a potential suspect got that wrong. He wasn't the actual suspect, right?
So we got what wrong?
That he was the shooter.
The person I believe to be the shooter was not the individual who was taken into custody, correct?
And then was there anybody else taken into custody as a person of interest?
There were several people who were detained for questioning and who were interviewed throughout the investigation.
And none of those people were they were all ultimately cleared by you or somebody connected with you.
Correct.
And were there any other guns confiscated on the scene that day?
There were other firearms that were located on the scene, yes.
How many guns were confiscated that day?
I don't know specifically confiscated, but I know that there was a firearm found in a backpack that was accounted for during the day.
What type of firearm was that?
It was a handgun,
Any other guns that were found on the scene?
not that I recall.
Do you recall an individual named Noah Gonzalez being interviewed?
I don't recall that name specifically.
Let me see if it refreshes your memory that he was an off-duty, I think maybe trooper that was on the scene that day and that was involved in recovering the holster? Does that refresh your memory?
I know that a trooper was interviewed having been on scene. I don't recall if it was Gonzalez. I don't recall the name, but I do know there was a trooper that was interviewed, yes.
Okay, and just a moment, Your Honor. And do you recall the trooper that was interviewed saying that there was actually a gun found in that holster?
I do not.
You do not?
No.
Okay. Can we pull up?
That's
Exhibit
true.
Hole 13 and just show it only to the witness for right now?
Waddle her way back there. Whoop.
Your investigation duties?
I do recognize the report now, yes.
Okay, and this is a report prepared by, actually, Mr. Davis, who's going to testify later in this matter, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and on page 2, this is the interview of Noah Gonzalez, is that right?
That's what it stated on page 1, yes.
And he's an off-duty trooper who happened to be there that day?
Correct.
And do you see on the second paragraph, does that refresh your memory about whether Trooper Gonzalez believed there was a gun found in a holster in that area of the amphitheater?
Trooper Gonzalez included in his report that there was a gun, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
When did you first personally go up to the roof of the Losi building? Do you remember the time of that?
I don't recall. I know it was dark when I went up to the roof, so it would have been later that evening.
And at the time you went up there was already crime scene tape that had been placed around it?
There was an officer standing security.
Right. And to your knowledge, as the head of the investigation, did they ever find any bullets or casings anywhere on the Losi roof?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did they ever find any bullets or casings anywhere around the Losi building?
When you say around the Losi building, you mean how close? Like immediately around the Losi building?
Correct.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And then you've been talking a lot about a timeline here that seemed, you talked about it when you were watching the video, but you also talked about the fact that you developed the timeline, is that right?
Correct.
And can you pull up hole 1, please? I'm pulling up on your screen your report that you prepared. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
And what's the date that you drafted that report?
It looks like September 14th. It says date created.
And that's the place where, if you could go to page 2, please. Do you see down at the bottom where you summarize Sergeant Bricker's report listing the timeline?
Yes.
Okay, and so it was actually Sergeant Bricker that prepared the timeline, is that right?
He prepared a timeline.
And you incorporated that into your report?
No, I created a timeline.
You created your own timeline?
Yes.
Separate from the one that's in this report?
Yes, using information obtained in the investigation.
And when did you create that timeline?
Over the course of the investigation, over a long period of time, after a lot of reviewing video and investigative time.
So, as of September 14th, Tyler Robinson had already turned himself in to the authorities, is that right?
Yes, I believe he turned himself in on September 11th.
So, prior to the time that Tyler Robinson turned himself in, had you all prepared a timeline?
A documented written timeline?
Yes.
Not to my knowledge. I don't know when Sergeant Bricker produced his specifically.
And isn't it fair?
That's another thing. He turned himself in. I completely forgot about that. I forgot to mention that. Like, your client turned himself in. Your client turned himself in, and 10 months later, you still haven't had him plead any certain way. Your client turned himself in.
I
The only-
thought I would have.
The only people who I know that turn themselves in are people who are guilty or have a guilty conscience of something. Just saying. Why are we fighting this so hard when your client turned himself in? And this right here is why I'm not a lawyer. Because a lawyer would say this tactfully and not with the attitude that I have. But I have a fucking attitude because I am not a lawyer. I am a salty, disabled vet who lost my filter for give a shit a long fucking time ago. And doesn't play well with others, as according to my VA paperwork. Like, I always like using that. When I read that, I was like, social interactions may be inappropriate at times. My VA paperwork literally says I don't play well with others. Anyway, yeah, after confessing in many texts to people in person, and the people who are saying those texts are fake, I can't wait for the trial to see the metadata. Because that metadata exists. You won't see it before the trial because that is evidence. Objection, Your Honor, my client turned himself in with a pastor and his father because it looked like they were looking for him already, not because he was guilty. Yeah. Crazies claim the culprit. They're the culprit all the time. They usually get disproven very quickly when they're interviewed and don't know facts, though. And here we are 10 months later, and he's still in jail.
Fair to say that as of the moment that Tyler Robinson voluntarily surrendered to authorities in Washington County, as of that moment, you all did not know who the shooter was. Is that right?
We had identified a person of interest, but we did not specifically know who the shooter was at that time.
Okay. And you became aware that Mr. Robinson was voluntarily surrendering how? How did you become aware of that?
That information came originally, I believe, from the Washington County Sheriff to the administration at the control center at the university on the evening of the investigation, or the second evening of the investigation.
Okay, we're going to get back to that in a minute, but I just wanted to get the timeline down. All right, now I want to go back to the videos that we've seen and the question that I just asked before, which is it fair to say that nothing about the video of the individual on the roof revealed to you, you couldn't see facial features, you couldn't see what they were wearing, correct?
The individual on the roof?
Correct.
I know that there was a meeting to discuss perhaps a pattern on the front of the shirt that was observed when the individual was jumping off of the roof.
Okay, that's fair. But at that time, as of the 11th, before Mr. Robinson turned himself in, you all had not been able to determine that, is that right?
Excuse me. Determine who he was, or
No.
determine distinguishing features?
Determine distinguishing features of the video
Yeah.
of the person on the roof.
Yes, we had a person of interest, and those images were released to the press.
You're talking about the ones in the stairwell from the...
Correct.
From the parking garage?
Correct.
But the video on the roof was not distinguishable, fair?
That video as a standalone?
Yes.
It was not, no.
Okay. And in fact, the video on the roof, well, straight up. Is it true that you had some spectators that you interviewed that had gotten a photograph a few seconds before the shooting of someone on the roof?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Did you, at some point in your investigation, collect from two young men who were present at the event a video that they had taken of someone on the roof about 10 seconds before the shooting?
Yes, a video, yes, not photographs. A video was collected from an individual who had a video
And ultimately, some screenshots were taken out of that video, is that right?
by,
By you?
not by me, no.
Okay. That's fine. It could have been someone else.
Okay.
But did you see the video that those young men took?
If you're referring to the video that is looking north and shows an individual dressed in black living on the corner of the roof,
Yes.
if that is the video, I have seen that video, yes.
Did you review the interview of those young men?
I did not.
Do you know how they described the person on the roof?
I don't know if I read it or if I heard it, but my understanding was they believed it was Overwatch or some kind of a police Overwatch for the event.
Okay.
If that's my recollection.
And do you remember anything specific about the person's build that they discussed when they described the person on the roof?
I do not know.
Okay.
I'm still trying to figure out where that accent's
There
from.
is a portion of the video after the individual jumped off the roof, which we all saw here, where the individual crosses, I believe it's Campus Drive. Is that right?
Correct.
And there's a moment where the individual waits and there's two cars that pass in front of him, right in front of him.
Correct.
And is this the moment where you are submitting that he was holding a gun in his hand?
As across the road?
Yes.
From my observations, would show that he's carrying an object in his hand that's concealed or in a bag, and it is long and has the appearance, based on my training and experience, it could be a firearm.
But do you see a gun anywhere? The actual gun?
In the video?
Yeah.
No.
All right. And did anybody that was driving by on Campus Drive that day report to you or any other investigative entity, hey, we just drove by a guy with a gun who was leaving campus and he was standing right by my car?
We did not receive any reports to that effect, no.
Okay. Also, when you were revealing the timeline, exactly how long was there between when the person was prone on the roof and when the shot was taken? Do you recall?
If
I'm
you
surprised
would
she
like to
knows
replay
what
the video,
prone
I can
means.
time it for you, but I don't recall. It was my guess, I would estimate between 15 and 30 seconds.
So between 15 and 30 seconds to lay flat, take a shot, and get up and run off, right?
I think you asked how long he was prone. I
Right.
think it took longer for him to crawl into position.
Okay.
And then establish a position, and then take the shot. He appeared to be in prone for approximately 15 to 30 seconds, but the video would verify that.
Okay, thank you.
It doesn't take long. Jesus, Pete, man.
I want to talk to you for just a minute about the video that was taken. And I'm not going to get into I'm not going to show it, just so in case anybody's concerned about leaving the courtroom, I'm not going to show it.
Okay,
There was a video that was taken by Mr. Ty Phillips from behind.
You good?
Yeah, I was having internet audio issues. Weird. I could hear, but I don't think you could hear me.
I couldn't hear you.
Yep.
Well,
Maybe it inadvertently muted something in settings. I don't know.
this is Agent Hull, Hull.
Yeah, that's definitely some type of UK British accent. I don't know.
But he's been in the U.S. for a while. I agree with Haley. She says English with a bit of an American twang.
Yeah,
English, but you've been here a while.
it's kind of like Southern or New Jersey, New York.
It kind of sounds like New York, but
Yeah.
he's in Utah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I agree with Heidel. Confidence is knowing you're not everybody's cup of tea and not giving a shite. Yeah, I'm not everybody's cup of tea, and that's okay. Because there are so many people in this world that not everybody is going to get along. And not everybody is going to watch everybody else or have the same opinions. And that is totally fine. If we all had the same opinions, life would be fucking boring.
Me and Squid don't agree on another thing, but we still hang out. We still cool.
Exactly. Flashman's my little brother. That don't mean what Mr. Squid and I don't even agree on everything all the time. Like this, my mom and my dad and I don't agree. My dad doesn't like my new logo for ETM, and I could care the fuck less. That doesn't mean I don't love him. That just means his opinion of my logo. I said thank you. I explained it, why I did what I did, and moved on.
I don't agree with my sister aunt. They like Brussels sprouts. I do that.
Exactly. If everybody thought the same way, life would be boring. However, there is a way to disagree with people. Oh, you should see Spawn and I argue every fucking day. Flashfan was listening to Spawn help me with
Oh yeah.
with freaking whatever it is, Rumble this morning before my first stream started. And you should have seen Spawn and I talk to each other. You would have thought we didn't like each other.
I'm so glad audio was suppressed there because I was laughing so hard.
He's like, will you shut up and let me talk? He's like, why are you doing that? I'm like, because I'm trying to show you what the hell, because I think we're on different pages. It's like, if we all got along all the time or thought the same way, life would be incredibly boring and we'd all be brainwashed. Like, oh, yeah. And then JKD Buck, like I always said, I don't even like Squid. I hit her truck and didn't have insurance. The judge sentenced me to mod for her for 30 years. Exhibit A. But that's okay. Like, there's people in my chat all the time, or there used to be, who don't like me. But as long as they're respectful to me and we can disagree, like, we're fine. You know? We have different opinions on things, and that is fine as long as we can respect the fact that we disagree.
I've been on so many channels where I had a different opinion in chat, and I wrote what I thought. Everybody, like, can you make everybody please keep it respectful? Like, what did I say? All I said was what I thought.
Like Tammy J, I'm not trying to like call you out. I'm really not. So don't think I'm trying to like single you out. But I'm pretty sure that we have a different opinion on Erica. And you apologized for having a different opinion than me. Don't apologize. That's your opinion. And if that's what you think, that's what you think. Oh, well. I ain't mad at you for it. I might disagree with you, but that doesn't mean I like you any less.
Me and Squid are opposites of each other, but we still get along.
I'm old, he's young. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't mean to like call you out, but like we might have a different opinion on that, but that doesn't mean I dislike you for it. We just agree to disagree and be like, well, we'll see where the facts lead us. And whose opinion ends up being more on the correct side. Who knows? I could be completely fucking wrong. And you know what? I'm open to that. Just because that's my opinion doesn't mean I'm always right.
Me and Heidel have a friendly disagreement. I call her the health drunk because she invented the health.
Yeah, there are times that I don't agree with myself. That's true, because my rational side says one thing and like my emotional side says another. And I'm like this internal struggle of like, what is actually appropriate? Like, yes, this right here. This right here. Yeah. So just because someone in my chat doesn't agree with me, I am not the type of streamer that is like, you have to agree with me in order to be in my chat. No, the fuck you don't. But you do have to respect the fact that we disagree. That's it.
I've been turned down so many times because I didn't agree. I'm like, this is crazy, man. I'm like, hey, with a different opinion. I wasn't trying to disrespect you. I ain't think I disrespected people.
I have a different opinion on how to pronounce opinion. Now hearing her stress at the O in opinion makes me smile every time. I'm from Wisconsin. I enunciate.
That's the Wisconsin accent. I'm other. Although her accent is not as thick as others I've heard.
That's because I'm from Wisconsin. I was born there, but I have lived the majority of my life in Ohio, Kentucky, Virginia, and Georgia.
Oh, wow, okay.
So I have mark it on the calendar, make it a holiday, boys. I am not always right. And that's the thing. I think that's the sign of growing up and realizing that, but when I am right, and I know I'm right, and people tell me I'm wrong, I get frustrated as fuck. Like the Hales shit, when people were like, I was telling people that the judge wasn't sanctioning somebody because the case is on a stay. People were mad, people were mad, people were mad, people were mad at the judge, people were mad at the judge. And then the judge put out an order like a year later and was like, I'm not going to sanction or apply sanctions while this case is on a stay. And I was like, well, I fucking hate to told you so, but I told you so. Like, I was like, didn't I tell you this shit like a year ago? But everybody wanted to fucking argue with me. For those that missed yesterday's revelation, Squid's not perfect. Yes. Yeah, I haven't talked to Kaiser in a while. Last time I talked to him, he was in the process of writing a book. Just don't tell a woman she's wrong. Let her find out for herself. No, that's usually an argument in this house when I tell Mr. Squid he's wrong. I get a little snarky with it, and I don't mean to. But like, side note, the other day or a couple weeks ago, he does the little's hair. Well, the little's hair is getting longer and more unruly by the day. Well, we have detangler to put in her hair before you brush it so that it's easier. He starts brushing her hair and then putting the detangler in. I'm like, put the detangler in first. That's what it's for. And he got mad at me. And I was like, I wasn't trying to be rude about it, but the point of detangler is to put it in her hair before you brush it to make brushing it less painful for her.
I take what my uncle said. Here we go. My uncle said, nephew, never disagree with a woman. It will not go well for you.
I never hate telling someone I told them so. Yeah, me either. I'm not gonna lie. I don't hate being like, I told you so. Told you so. But I try my best not to.
See, if I ever get a significant other, they're gonna be mad at me because I don't like confrontation. I'm the most mild-mannered person in my family.
You are. You really are. Well, I don't know about you and your family. I don't know your family, but
Trust me, the way I am, my family are way more aggressive and assertive than I am.
all right, we're gonna get this start again. Just look at that stare. Look at that look and how he feels about like Yamaha, Spawn, and there was one other person. But if they could all combine and like record an audiobook to put my daughter to sleep, that would be great.
Behind the individual that was speaking to Mr. Kirk.
Correct.
And it showed like a dead-on view of Mr. Kirk and his parts of his security team. Is that right? And then you also have video that you described that shows the back of the tent at the moment the shot happened. Is that right? Behind Mr. Kirk.
You're referring to the UVU video in the breezeway?
Yes.
We have that video, yes.
Okay. And can we pull up the last video, the last clip, 49? I want to show you, just you, this clip. That is a little clip from that video under the breezeway that's behind the tent, right?
Correct.
And just to be clear, this area behind the tent would not have been visible to anybody that was on the Losi building. Is that fair?
I can't answer that question.
Yeah, sure.
Whoops, sidebar.
Being cognizant if the sound is on or not.
I don't want the sound. Please.
I just wanted to
Thank you for bringing
clarify.
that. Thank you.
All right.
No sound. I just want only the witness to look at it. So can you just watch this clip for just a minute? This one little clip of behind the breezeway at the time of the shot.
That's fine. And so just as a reminder to all the parties, if it's on your monitor, please be cognizant of that. It will not be displayed on the main monitor. Ms. Nestor, you may proceed.
Thank you. Is it playing? What's in that clip?
Yes.
And having reviewed that, at the time the shot was fired, there was no one standing directly behind the tent. Is that correct?
You'd have to show me it again. I wasn't specifically looking for that.
Okay.
I can answer that question if I can view the video again.
Okay. And just before you do that, I think you testified before that Mr. Kirk would have been dead center behind that banner. Is that right?
Approximately.
Okay. So what I'm asking is if anyone behind that banner, dead center behind Mr. Kirk, if there was any people standing there. Go ahead.
So there's a videographer on the right side of the tent, and then I can only see as far as the video allows me to, so I can't speak to whether there's anybody out of frame who could have been behind the tent.
But what you can see, is there anyone directly behind the middle of the tent?
Yes, there's a videographer stood behind the tent.
To the right?
Yes, behind the tent.
Correct. But directly in the middle of the tent, is there anyone standing?
There's no one stood in the middle behind the tent, no.
Thank you. All right, I want to talk now about the TP. You can take it down off of the screen, thank you. I want to talk now about the TP USA video that you got. That was the angle that was taken from behind Mr. Kirk while he was talking, looking out at the audience when the shot was fired. Do you remember that video?
The visual impulse videos?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, is it true that Visual Impulse provided 4 videos?
Yeah, I believe there were 4 total videos that encompassed everything that they provided to us, yes.
But the one that you showed, that's only one of the 4 that they provided to you?
That one that was shown had a Bates number. It was an item that was provided by Utah County Attorney's Office.
Okay, but were there more that you haven't seen in this courtroom, in this prelim, that you got from?
There's the original footage.
Okay. But were there other angles that are not shown here in this prelim?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get to. Thank you. All right. Were you involved when the gun was located in the forest area?
I was not involved in the search for the gun, no.
Did you get notice when it was located?
From the footage that we reviewed, we identified an area that we believed could be potentially of evidentiary value, and then it was secured, and then I was notified that as a result of that search, a gun had been located, yes.
Were you involved in the processing of that gun? In other words,
I was not.
boxing it, shipping it, sending it wherever it was going to go to be
I was
analyzed?
not, no.
Okay, thank you. All right, now I want to shift to the autopsy for just a moment. You were not present at the autopsy, is that right?
I was not.
Okay. So anything you know about the autopsy was not from personal observation?
No, other than from my meeting with the medical examiner and his report. No, I was not present.
Did you meet with the medical examiner after he had conducted the autopsy?
I did, yes.
And when you met with him, did you provide him information about what you all had learned in your investigation so far?
We didn't have any reason to provide any investigative information to him. The purpose of the meeting was to establish what information he could provide to us.
Well, in fact, on the front page of the medical examiner's report, he talks about the investigation and information he learned. Did he learn that from you, or did he learn it from someone else?
Would be my recollection that he did not learn that from us.
Oh, and Tammy J, this is the lawyer that makes Bubbles look competent and is annoying the fuck out of everybody.
So I couldn't speak to how he did learn about it.
Okay, so you didn't share with him your conclusions about what happened or how Mr. Kirk was injured or anything like that?
That's my recollection.
Okay, thank you. And isn't it also true that fingerprints that were taken from Mr. Kirk and autopsy photos were provided to you on a CD?
Yes.
Was there anything else provided to you from the autopsy other than that?
Other than the CD and the report?
Yes.
Not to me, no.
Okay. You did mention not to you. Were you aware of anything else from the autopsy going to anyone else?
I believe standard practice is anything of evidentiary value that the medical examiner collects is transferred through a chain of custody.
And are you aware of anything that was transferred after Mr. Kirk's autopsy?
I'm aware that there were items transferred for evidence, yes.
What items?
I believe some fragments of a bullet casing. I know Mr. Cook's personal items to be returned to the family. That's all I can recall off the top of my
Do
head.
you know how many fragments from the bullets?
I don't.
Now, I'd like to talk a little bit about the Ring camera that you obtained, and you
It's almost like she asked that how many fragments question on purpose. Like that was intentional and will be used by every media outlet.
Yeah.
The fact that he didn't know how many fragments, it's not his fucking job.
Yep.
He's not the medical examiner and he's not in the chain of custody.
Now I
Not
know
his
what.
job.
Now I know what the wrong crime video meant. It said FBI agent grilled over missing gun fragments.
I can see the headlines now. So when you see me doing a stream next week about how the media is stupid, this is why.
I guarantee there's gonna be titles like smoking gun testimony shocks Charlie Kirk trial.
Like even okay, so I like Officer Tatum. Do not get me wrong, and he was friends with Charlie, but he is streaming, and he's like from inside the courtroom. Basically, it's just a fucking hearing. His title was to from inside the courtroom. You're just streaming the court. You're just streaming the hearing, just like everybody else. It's not. You don't have some breakthrough like.
I'm like,
you know.
only time those titles work it when you say inside the courtroom when the cameras aren't allowed. That's about the only time that really works.
Or you are live tweeting, or you are. I mean, he might be inside the courtroom, but he's just streaming it like everybody else.
And
on
he
his
can't
channel.
tweet because the judge said no media can have their computers and stuff. And tweet.
No, but he's streaming it on his channel. Somebody else, his wife or somebody else in his team might be actually doing the work on his channel, and he might be with Erica because he's friends with Charlie, like personal friends with Charlie. But like the headline was just like from inside the courtroom. You're basically streaming it like everybody else. It's not special. And like I like him, don't get me wrong. I like his channel, but sometimes I'm like that even conservative and liberal independent media on YouTube still gets a little clickbaity. And it drives me nuts. It doesn't matter what fucking side you're on. I hate clickbait. It drives me up a freaking wall. I hate when someone's inside the courtroom. Yeah, you're watching the pool feed like everybody else.
So there was some video I'm trying to put out months ago. Like judge and defense attorney clash, and it was only the judge overruling the objection. I'm like, come on, man, this is ridiculous.
Bombshell evidence. No, it's not bombshell evidence. It's just average evidence. It's the autopsy report. It's just every evidence. It's the same evidence as every other murder. Every murder gets, or homicide gets a autopsy.
When the judge makes this ruling that he bound over for trial, the media's gonna be like, plot twist in the Charlie Kirk case. Defendant bound over for trial.
Plot twist that no one saw coming.
They always put like major twists in their video. I'm like, it was only a ruling on admissible hearsay. What
And
are
I
you
hate, and that takes advantage of people being stupid. Well, not, and I can't say stupid, ignorant, not knowing how the court system actually works. It, this attorney right here, makes Bruce look competent, if that's possible. Kathy Nestor is a worse lawyer than Bruce, if you can believe that. Yeah. Yeah. About that.
Interviewed a woman named Ms. Noble, is that right? To get that ring camera that we watched with the car on the outside?
We interviewed her to verify the authenticity of the video, yes.
And were you involved in that interview?
With Miss Noble, yes.
And do you recall what they told you about what they remember seeing in and around that car that night?
I don't recall. I just know we were there to verify the video. I didn't conduct an interview with Miss Noble at that time.
Okay. Can we please bring up sorry, just a moment.
She's going to say she saw something different than what her camera showed.
Yeah, let's see how this impeachment fails.
Poll 48.
Just wait.
This is Ms. Noble's interview.
Ursula is hard to watch. At least
All right, do
Bruce
you remember
is
that, looking at that
entertaining.
interview? Does that refresh your recollection?
I remember reading the report at some point, yes.
And do you remember that the Nobles told you that the driver of the vehicle was bald?
I do remember that being in the report, yes.
And you didn't mention that today when you were talking about that ring camera, did you?
I did not.
And did they also tell you there were 3 other people in the car?
Yes, I believe they thought that was the case.
I want to go back, if I can, to the scene itself.
Wait.
The preservation of the.
Wait. Wait. Okay. It was 12:38 p.m. or a.m. So just after midnight.
Yeah.
How would they be able to tell if someone's bald at midnight?
Dark outside from a ring. What that ring doorbell? Everything in black and white from a ring door. Okay.
I have to go answer my door because apparently people forget that I have a. Oh, never mind. They got keys. Sweet. Oh, I think your YouTube chat is also coming into here. Both of my chats come into Restream. So
Like I said, shouldn't it do that?
yeah, both of my chats. So both Rumble and YouTube chats will show up in my Restream. So you'll see the little Restream logo or Rumble or YouTube. So, Angel, you got ring pops? Yeah. And a hula hoop. Home. You're home? Yeah. Just a. Okay. Hey. Hi. Pop. Somebody got a bluey backpack. You got a bluey backpack? Oh, Nana, open. Whoa. Okay, we're gonna play this now. So I'm stupid. You want to know what I did?
What?
Left all the sheet pans and the pizza tray and the cooling rack in the bottom of the oven.
The actual scene where where Mr. Kirk passed. Did you all have canine dogs at any point that sniffed that area?
I don't know specifically that area, but I do know the canines were present, or a canine was present on the day.
But you don't know what task the canine was given?
My understanding was that it may have been used in an effort to track an individual that had jumped off the roof, but I don't know for certain.
And obviously that didn't produce any results, or we would have heard about that, right?
Yeah, not that I was made aware of.
Okay. Do you know when the tent and the stuff was actually removed from the scene?
I don't. I would imagine it had been at least a couple of days, if not longer than that, before anything was removed from the scene.
You didn't have to give permission to remove the tent?
Me, personally?
Right.
No.
So you're not sure when it was removed?
No.
And were you involved in the decision to pave over the dirt that was under the tent?
At UVU?
Uh-huh.
No.
Did you know that happened?
Only because it was in the news.
All right. But you don't know when or who ordered that?
Nope.
And it's true that during the time before Mr. Robinson turned himself in, you all received lots and lots of tips from the public. Is that fair?
Correct.
You received tips of death threats that Mr. Kirk had received the day before the shooting. Is that right?
I'm sorry, did we receive threats that Mr. Kirk had received before the event, or?
Let me clarify. That
Thank
was a
you.
confusing question. As you were going through tips that the
All of
public
your
was
questions
giving
are
you,
confusing.
did you receive tips about online death threats that had been made against Mr. Kirk prior to his death?
There was a huge variety of tips and information and suggestions that were being provided by the public.
Okay, and a lot of those, some of those filtered through you, right?
Some of them filtered their way down to us, but predominantly that was being handled by our State Information and Analysis Center that had been set up.
And you also got multiple tips about potential suspects, people who thought they recognized people in the picture, right?
Yes,
I
there were
mean,
different
there's
calls and
somebody
information
people.
provided by the public.
And you had quite a few of those.
Snipe, you did it. You did it. You got under my skin. Congratulations. You're a skin crawler. 12:38 a.m. in the morning. And my mom took the little to Dollar Tree. So you can get all the fun stuff in the world for, $10. Oh my goodness. So
If only I could get seafood from the dollar store.
they got Squidward, $1.25. I mean, it's not it's not the dollar store anymore. It's a $1.25 store, $1.50 store, $3 store, $5 store. But But congratulations, Snipe Hunter. You successfully got under my skin. I hate when people say AM in the morning. It's like, what the fuck do you think AM is?
I've done that before, so I'm glad you said something.
Correct.
And then Mr. Robinson turned himself in, right?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that the individual they used to facilitate Mr. Robinson turning himself in was someone known to Mr. Robinson personally that had been connected to law enforcement?
I know he was known to the family. I don't know his connection specifically with Mr. Robinson, but I am aware that someone was used to facilitate Mr. Robinson turning himself in.
And were you aware that he was one of his Boy Scout leaders? Did you know that?
I think I had heard that at some point. There was a connection. I don't recall specifically
Oh
what
my
it was.
God, you can't
And,
convict him of unaliving
Mr. Robinson,
anybody.
in fact,
He was a
no
Boy
police
Scout.
went to go arrest him. He drove himself, or he was driven with his parents to the Washington County Sheriff's Department, correct?
That's my understanding.
That's
Yes.
something
And
that
he
can
voluntarily
be
walked in.
successfully argued in
That's
a
also my
penalty
understanding,
phase.
And that was the first moment you ever knew his name connected with this case.
Yeah, aside from the image that we had, that was the first time that we had a name of an individual who had taken responsibility, yes.
And did you personally ever meet with Mr. Robinson?
I did not.
And as far as you know, Mr. Robinson did what he said he was going to do. He told the police he was coming peacefully, he was coming with his parents, and that's exactly what happened.
I don't know any of the specifics of how he was arranged to turn himself in.
Who
In terms
cares,
of what you've
man?
described, I just know that it was being facilitated with the sheriff's office.
Okay. Court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Are you finished? Gee,
Thank you, Agent
I'm
Hall.
about-
I tender the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I'm about
Would you
ready
like
to hear
to
from
state-
another defense attorney.
Just going to go back to a few
I
things that
even
Ms.
take no back
Nestor
at this
asked you
point.
about. First of all, the unfired bullet that you referred to. It's your understanding that that bullet was accounted for,
That's my recollection, yes.
and it possibly belonged to an officer that could have maybe been clearing his weapon.
Yes, that's what I recall being told about that particular item, yes.
Are you aware of, if on the 10th, there were police officers present that were actually securing buildings and securing rooms at UVU?
I know prior to my arrival, there was
Cameras.
it was a dynamic and active scene that I believe was originally being treated that there was an active shooter on campus. So there was a large, rapid response of law enforcement who were acting.
At the end of the day, this is classified as a school shooting.
Yeah. It
actively
was
trying to clear, secure, and ensure that the campus was safe, if that answers the question.
The entire campus?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And what types of officers were there clearing the campus?
Originally, there would have been probably local units who would have responded, but subsequently specialty teams would have been deployed to do a more methodical search of the campus and what we would call a clearing of the campus.
And those specialty teams and any other officers, how were they equiped? Like what type of equipment were they
I
carrying?
believe most officers carry a sidearm, a handgun, and most officers in this day and age are equipped with a rifle platform as well.
When you said that it was possible that that round was from an officer clearing his weapon, what exactly do you mean by that?
Our standard practice in our department is to carry a rifle cruiser ready, which is
sorry?
we carry our rifles in a situation which is called cruiser ready.
What does that mean?
It means we don't have a round chambered. So if an officer deployed with his rifle, he would chamber a round. Once he had done whatever task it was that he was doing in order to put that weapon back, he would eject the magazine and eject the round. Sometimes in doing so, rounds are dropped or not accounted for.
Have you personally done that yourself?
We do that at training, and I've done that in the field as well, yes.
And you're aware of, is that something that's common among police officers in this situation?
I believe for most agencies, that's how they carry their weapons, but I can't speak specifically to agencies outside my own.
Do you have any idea how many officers were dedicated or sent out to clear the campus?
I can tell you I had to park on University Avenue and walk all the way onto campus between hundreds of police cars, so I would say hundreds, if not 1,000 officers, high hundreds would have responded to the campus that day.
And I'm going to ask you about, Ms. Nestor asked you about your observation of seeing Mr. Robinson with something in his hand. And I think she was asking you about Mr. Robinson just prior to crossing Campus Drive, following the shooting. Do you remember that question?
Yes, I think I was asked whether he had a gun in, or I had seen a gun in his hand in the video.
And you said that you did see something in his hand?
Correct.
Okay, I want you to go back as far as you can remember. At what point, after Mr. Robinson stood up on top of the Losi building and ran across, I believe to the northeast corner, when did you first notice in that video something in his hand?
The first time you can clearly notice he has something in his hand, without a doubt, is when he's on the white triangular portion on the northeast corner of the Losi building preparing to jump. It is very apparent he has an item in his hand.
Okay, and that's based on your observation of the videos?
Correct.
Okay. And is it easier to see in that enhanced video?
The zoomed version of the video makes it a lot clearer to see, yes.
Okay. And then after he drops down off of the roof of the Losi building, is there any time between that point in time and making his way to Campus Drive that you believe you see, again, something in his hand?
As Mr. Robinson lands on the grass, it's almost like he either drops it or goes into a crouched position, and then when he returns up from that, it is again clear that there is some kind of an item in his hand, yes.
Okay. Can you be more specific or describe in more detail?
It appears to be black, and it appears to be longer.
Okay. Anything else about that item?
No.
I believe it was Exhibit 9, State's Exhibit 9 that Ms. Nestor pulled up on the screen, and she had you look at that. And I believe what you looked at was beginning a still image, but then a few moments or a few seconds of that video. And that's the UVU tunnel video, is that right?
The breezeway underneath the Hall of Flags, yes.
And the view is from behind, where I believe you testified that Mr. Kirk was on the other side of what appears to be a banner in that tunnel view.
Yes.
And on the other side of that banner is the tent and then the rest of the courtyard. Is that
correct?
Look at this.
Do you remember seeing the banner
Yes.
in the video? Okay. And
you're referring to the back of the pop-up tent?
correct, yes.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. And do you remember, what do you remember about that banner?
It has some kind of an emblem on it, and it forms the back portion of the pop-up tent.
Is it opaque? Is it transparent?
No, you can't see through it. It's white,
Right.
and you cannot see through it, no.
And how much of the tunnel does that banner, I guess if it's opaque, obstruct?
I couldn't say. I'm assuming it's a 20 by 20 gazebo, so it would block out the area of the back of the tent that you can see. You would not be able to see through it. You would not be able to see through it from the audience side of the amphitheater.
And what about the tunnel side of that banner? Can you see through the tunnel side in the opposite direction?
You cannot, no.
Okay. Can you see Mr. Kirk on the other side of that banner?
You can't, no.
Okay. Well, we exhibited, or Ms. Nestor had you watch I believe, just a brief few seconds of that video. That exhibit is actually much longer than what we just looked at, or what Ms. Nestor had you look at, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And leading up, and again, I'm referring to that view, that tunnel view of that surveillance camera, leading up to the shot, what's going on behind that banner?
There are representatives, I believe, of TPUSA, but there are representatives of TPUSA, there are law enforcement representatives. I don't know if there's any student body, but essentially people are moving to and fro behind that area. A couple of individuals are retrieving items from a vehicle, but there's consistent movement behind and in that area.
Okay. Directly behind the banner?
Correct.
Ms. Nestor asked you about the wooded area that Mr. Robinson entered. Well, Ms. Nestor brought that up, and I believe your testimony has been, between today and yesterday, that you witnessed Mr. Robinson enter a wooded area on at least 2 occasions. Is that fair to say?
Yes, on his second visit to the campus and on the visit where the incident took place.
Okay. At least on those 2 occasions, did the wooded area that he entered, were they different parts of the wooded area, or was it the same parts of the...
They appear to be the same.
You're aware that a rifle was eventually discovered?
Yes.
And was it your understanding that that rifle was discovered in a wooded area?
It was in the wooded area where we believe Mr. Robinson entered the wooded area, yes.
Okay. And that rifle was discovered on the 10th?
Yes.
Ms. Nestor asked you about a variety of tips including threats to Mr. Kirk, I think before the event?
Yes.
And did you follow up on those tips?
After tips have been put through a process and been analyzed and screened, anything that appeared to have relevance to either the investigation or a credible threat was managed by the various entities involved, yes.
Okay. So managed by law enforcement, so...
Correct.
Did you personally follow up on any of the tips?
I don't think I personally did, but I worked closely with people who did.
The point is, I guess, is that those tips were followed up on. Is that fair to say?
To the best of our ability, yes.
Okay. And then Ms. Nestor also asked you about tips, I believe, of people reporting to police that they felt like they knew who the shooter was.
Yes,
Okay, so identities of possible shooters.
correct.
Did law enforcement follow up on those tips as well?
They did.
Ms. Nestor, finally, Ms. Nestor asked you, she asked you whether Mr. Robinson voluntarily went to the sheriff's office down in southern Utah. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay, and that was the Washington County Sheriff's Office.
yes,
And you understood that he turned him. Well, he showed up there voluntarily. Is that right?
correct.
What was your understanding as to why he was showing up there voluntarily?
He had informed, I believe, his immediate family that he had been involved in the shooting and that he wanted to turn himself in.
Nothing further.
Yeesh.
Tammy, I will maybe show you how to hula hoop,
In-
but
in
I
the
think
video
my
that's,
hips are too big for that hoop.
We've already talked about the video where Mr. Robinson stands up and runs across the top of the Low-C building. Is there? Do you
Hula
notice whether at
hooping
that
with-
point, after
with
he stood
a
up until you see him
iPhone
last,
and
you
a
see
ring
that part of the
pop.
video, do you notice whether he's walking around?
Wrapped in a washcloth.
He is not.
That's
from the
the
time
life.
he left after going over the railing. When we see him on the video move out to the position,
Correct.
and then leave the position, there is no longer a visible limp or gait.
Thank you.
Ms. Nestor.
No follow-up.
All right. May Agent Hull be excused?
Get your arm worked
Agent Hull,
out.
thank you.
No, Tammy J said, Squid, I thought you would
Let's take
demonstrate
a
for
5-minute
us.
break and allowing parties to confer. Court is in a brief recess.
All right, so brief recess. This is ridiculous. Like, right now, there is enough evidence. If they stopped it today,
Yeah.
I'm not sure why the defense needs to bring in experts.
Yeah, I want to see what that's about. Because I'm like, why do they have, I think it's like forensic experts they have listed. Why? I don't know.
Yeah. Why is
We left off
everybody
with,
putting voice messages and chill in
Agent Hull
chat?
was, excused and
So in
proceeding.
the Discord, JKD Buck put a voice message about Kathy Nestor, and now so did Snipe Hunter and Jeff Montgomery. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna listen to these real quick.
Yeah, they'll do that in other Discords that I'm part of.
I know, but usually not in mine. But this is funny. So,
Mr. McBride.
Yes, Your Honor. We intend
Mr.
to call,
McBride, that's
Jennifer
his name.
Falmolina, but before I do that, I move the admission of State's Exhibit 5.1, if I can approach the bench.
Yes. Thank you.
Your Honor, there'll be an objection, and we want to be heard on the objections. And I didn't know this was coming now.
Is that Novak?
All right. Let me just. Do you wish to identify what State's Exhibit 5.1 is?
Yes, Your Honor. Exhibit 5.1 is a self-authenticating 1102 statement issued by David Engelhardt from Turning Point USA.
All right.
And yeah, again, I say it's a self-authenticating document. As you can see there, it's got the admonition on page 1. Body of the 1102 statement is there on pages 1 and 2. I would say number 4 is kind of the foundational statement, paragraph 4. But the self-authentication portion is the notary acknowledgement on page 3.
All right. Turning to Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, Lord. Here's another
So
one.
the court, obviously, because the court can decide how much of this we discuss in open court, how much we discuss at the bar, so to speak, sidebar. There's initially a fundamental relevance problem with this 1102. There are also
you're a relevance problem
there are
with my
other issues,
personality.
But I think that just to help the court parse the evidentiary issues, we should start with the relevance.
I mean, honestly, though.
There are sub-issues. There's also a problem under 1102, because if the court looks at the last paragraph of this, Mr. Engelhardt, who is the purported author, refers to himself in the third person, so it's not clear to me who actually wrote this report. And as Your Honor knows, 1102 says that
You know, people refer to themselves
prosecutors are
in
not to
third
assist
person all the time.
witnesses in writing their own 1102 reports. That's not my primary concern, although I think it is an important issue because that's what the rules require. But the real question is relevance. And I guess the question is, does the court want me to do the speaking objection? Because the court said no speaking objections. Should we approach sidebar? How does the court want to handle it? The people can move their exhibits into evidence whenever they wish.
Okay, I will give him credit.
I'm ready to proceed.
I will give him credit. He did acknowledge the fact that the court said no speaking objections, whereas yesterday, Kathy Nestor,
And today.
and today, Kathy Nestor, doesn't seem to give two flying Fs about the fact that there is no speaking objections. because she walked right over that.
Yep, and the court didn't stop her, so.
So, what do you mean you just might delete that? Oh no, what did I do?
Proceed, but the question is how the court wants to handle these objections. I'm prepared to keep going in open court, but it's what the court referred to as a speaking objection.
No, I appreciate that. As it relates to, well, so here's my question for you, Mr. Novak. As you're, and again, I appreciate your discretion in highlighting that point. Do you anticipate your argument being of the nature that would defeat the purpose of, if the court does not admit this, that you've already let the cat out of the bag with your argument, or do you feel that you can make your argument without compromising what is in the 1102, so the purpose of excluding it is still preserved?
I'll go as far as I think we can go, and then we'll just see. I mean, I do think, I am not trying to conceal from anybody in the courtroom or the public our concerns about relevance, so why don't I, taking the court's lead, go forward publicly with my concerns about relevance, and if we reach a moment where it feels like further argument may deprive Mr. Robinson of his fair trial rights, we can approach.
All right, we'll proceed.
Okay, so then,
It's very, very few times in life am I like, Novak brings a really good point. I agreed with that.
Yep.
Well, what is wrong with me? Am I just that far removed from Kathy Nestor that anything seems like logical? And
I mean, at a point during her cross-examination, I was like, I kind of wish Novak was doing this. I'm like, wow, did I just say that?
the Discord is for anyone. You'll notice some changes in there because I got rid of a lot of stuff and kind of rebranded the Discord because you know, things. However, you know, it's for anyone. This is
doing some community voice chat thing. We got to fix voice chat first because it's
yeah.
wrong with it.
It
But-
was working this morning.
Well, y'all could speak, but it said for me, I was still suppressed. So I don't know. It's just let's say I'm at, I don't know. It's
It was for
it told me like suppressed.
weird.
what I'm going to do is I'm going to
Could be
point
a
out
neat
that
problem.
this proposed exhibit, which is the 1102 statement of Mr. Engelhardt, is basically 4 paragraphs. The 4th paragraph identifies Mr. Engelhardt, although I say in the 3rd person, as a pastor and as an attorney who was a friend and a counselor to Mr. Kirk and was involved in leadership of Turning Point USA.
Yeah, with my Discord, you do have to verify people. I do have to verify,
Yeah,
and you just can't use a VPN while you do it, and then you can turn your VPN back on. Because I had some issues with things when I first started my Discord, and
Isn't there like double counter that's in there?
yeah,
I don't remember.
I just had to set up some security with my Discord because of the fact that threats and shit, you know.
So that identifies who the author is. Beyond that, it's not really relevant to any of the issues before this court. Paragraphs 1, 2, and 3. Paragraph 1 talks about Turning Point USA's status with the Internal Revenue Service, the purposes of Turning Point USA within the context of the Internal Revenue Code,
So
and
Why are you talking about the IRS?
what I'll just
because
refer to
it's
generically as the
in
goals and
there, but
objectives
I
of
don't
Turning Point USA.
understand why. But at the
It
same
also
point,
then
how
talks
does
in
it
the second
apply?
paragraph about Mr. Kirk's relationship with TPUSA. None of this is unknown
Relevant?
information that he was founder, that he was the chief executive officer, that he was the president of the board until his death.
Who cares what the
So I'm
founder
still not sure what the
is?
relevance is, and I guess actually what I should say is I don't believe there is any relevance of any of this information. Paragraphs 2 and 3 are, and actually I'm going to preface this. My discussion of this is within the context of the rules of evidence, and there's nothing that I'm going to say here that is meant to derogate, criticize, question Mr. Engelhardt's beliefs, what he says were Mr. Kirk's beliefs, what Mr. Engelhardt says he believes are tenets of Christianity. That's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is whether this document is admissible
This is
in this
day 2
proceeding
for whoever that
under the
is.
rules of evidence. Okay. So paragraphs 2 and 3 include not only Mr. Englehart's opinions, and now I'm going from relevance to opinion evidence. It's not clear to me whether it's lay opinion evidence, whether it's expert opinion evidence, but it's Mr. Englehart's opinions about a branch of Christianity, his opinions about a portion of the Bible. He quotes the Bible, and he talks about Mr. Kirk's religious beliefs. And I
This
could go
is
into more
day
detail,
2.
but the court has the exhibit in front of it itself.
We finished
So
up day 1
none of
this
is
morning.
relevant.
So
If the court looks
is
at the
all-
information, that is the document which lays out the allegations against Mr. Robinson, when I use the word information, I'm talking about the court document. There are, with respect to certain counts, what Utah Code refers to as a victim targeting enhancement. That is alleged with respect to count 1. It is alleged with respect to count 2. It is alleged with respect to count 7. And may I step away just to get my laptop?
You may.
it says you made it in.
And as the court knows, but I want the record to be clear, when I refer to the what the information calls the victim targeting enhancement, that's Utah Code Section 76-3-203.14, which the code calls the victim targeting penalty enhancement. The information alleges, and this is, I'm emphasizing this, that Mr. Robinson intentionally selected Mr. Kirk because of Mr. Robinson's belief or perception regarding Mr. Kirk's political expression. And I'm going to focus, if I may, the court's attention on 2 things. One is, whose state of mind are we talking about? Or whose state of mind is the statute talking about? And what aspect of the victim targeting enhancement is being invoked here? The latter is the state invoking Mr. Kirk's political expression, and now I'm quoting the statute, as the personal attribute that the state alleges is the gateway to this penalty enhancement. And if the court will bear with me, because there's a reason why we have these hearings in public, there are various categories for alleging, I should say, there are various categories of personal attributes, that's the phrase the legislature uses, which authorize the pursuit of a penalty enhancement. And those personal attributes are listed in the statute A through R. I'm not going to read all of them because the court knows the law, but political expression is subsection K. That is separate and distinct from the personal attribute that the legislature calls religion, which is subsection M. So what we have is an allegation that the personal attribute, which is one of the elements of this enhancement, the allegation that Mr. Robinson selected Mr. Kirk was based on his political expression. That's actually the exact same phrase, political expression, as is in the statute subsection K. The 1102 statement is predominantly about what Mr. Engelhardt describes as traditional Orthodox Christian values that he believes in, that he believes Mr. Kirk believed in. And I understand in today's world that there is a crossover between religion and politics. I think we can all acknowledge that. But the legislature and the information here are focused on political expression. So I'm concerned that the 1102 statement of Mr. Engelhardt goes far beyond the scope of what would be admissible if the state has it to prove that Mr. Robinson targeted Mr. Kirk because of Mr. Robinson's belief or perception concerning Mr. Kirk's political expression. The second element of this is that the victim targeting enhancement focuses on the allegation of what is in Mr. Robinson's state of mind, not what is in Mr. Kirk's views or deeply held beliefs, sincere religious beliefs. And so the evidence that the state needs to present is not what Mr. Kirk believed or said or what TPUSA stood for. It's what was in Mr. Robinson's head, if anything, about selecting Mr. Kirk because of Mr. Kirk's political expression, because that's the information. So why TPUSA exists, what its founding beliefs are, what its leaders' beliefs are, what Mr. Engelhardt believes Christianity is or is not relevant. And that's why we think it should not be received into evidence. There's a second level here, which is Mr. Engelhardt's statements about what is in the Bible, specifically Matthew chapter 9. And so I would just ask this court the hypothetical question. If the state asked the court to take judicial notice of a portion of the Bible in order to prove this enhancement, because I can't see where else it fits into this case, I think, if I may, the answer would be no, it's not relevant. So instead, what we have is the state trying to use the affidavit of Mr. Engelhardt pursuant to 1102 to get the court to essentially receive into evidence the same information. It doesn't really matter here, in this proceeding, what the book of Matthew says.
I mean, I don't
It doesn't
disagree.
matter what Mr. Engelhardt thinks. And again, I say this with all due respect to Mr. Engelhardt, who I've never met. The book of Matthew means, or how one reconciles the book of Matthew as he sees it with other views on the topics that are there. I mean, I want to be careful and not suggest what other views are, because I shouldn't be testifying about different
Why do
perspectives
they want to use Bible
within
verses?
sort of the heading of religion. But it doesn't really matter for this proceeding what Mr. Engelhardt's views are, what Mr. Kirk's religious views were, what religious views TPUSA endorses, seeks to encourage.
So I think it was to kind of look at what was his state of mind and why he might have hated Charlie Kirk. This is what Charlie Kirk believed. This is what TPUSA stood for. This is, to look to kind of show what Tyler Robinson's thought process was and why he chose Charlie Kirk.
I think I might agree with that objection. That's what is what he's characterizing it as, is what they're trying to do.
Yeah, I'm not sure that he's characterizing it the way that it was intended.
Because I would say if this characterization is right, that's weird.
I have a hard time believing anything Novak says at this point. So me being my cynical self, I think he's spinning it into his warped version of what he wants it to say and not what it was
So he
intended
can win
for.
objection, yeah.
However, I don't know. This is one of those where I'm just not sure what I think. This one I just don't know. I'm just not sure. I will admit I'm just not sure.
Others to adopt. None of that really matters. There are multiple opinions in this 1102 from Mr. Engelhardt, and it's not clear whether the state has thought about whether it's expert opinion or lay opinion. I happen to think that it's expert opinion that is not helpful to the trier of fact in this proceeding. That's your honor. There is nothing in this that helps the court resolve with respect to the victim targeting enhancement,
Finder of
whether
fact.
Mr. Robinson intentionally selected Mr. Kirk because of Mr. Robinson's beliefs or perceptions regarding Mr. Kirk's political expression.
That's turned for a jury.
If the state
Well, right now he said in this proceeding. So in this proceeding, it's the judge.
Okay, yeah.
So, but he just said something important that I think was going to what you were asking earlier.
state comes back up beliefs or whether Mr. Robinson intentionally selected Mr. Kirk because of Mr. Robinson's beliefs or perceptions regarding Mr. Kirk's political expression.
Okay.
If the state comes back up here and says, no, it's lay opinion, we still have the question of whether it's helpful to this court. Because the court has to decide whether there is evidence of the target enhancement in the way I think I've structured it. So it's not relevant. It's not admissible lay opinion. It's not admissible expert opinion. There are two aspects of Rule 403, one of which I'm prepared to talk about publicly and one of which I think is appropriately discussed at sidebar because it does get into undue prejudice.
Oh, the undue
403 here
prejudice.
is that receiving this document into evidence is going to create confusion. It's going to create chaos.
I don't know about
not
chaos.
by the trier fact, but by the
That's
future
the
jury pool. in this
favorite
case.
term, undue
For
prejudice.
this court to make a
Hey,
ruling
off the turn,
that
yeah.
Mr.
The new drinking game is undue prejudice.
Yeah, they do say that in Fowler's. It's going to prejudice Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial under the, what is it, 14th Amendment.
I think that these lawyers are trying to twist what a fair trial actually means according to the Constitution versus what we think a fair trial means based on 21st century fair trial.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but Kirk's political views were all based on his religious beliefs. They're intermingled. That is true. It'll be
Mr.
interesting what the
Englehart's
state
opinions
says.
about religion, about TPUSA's views on religious matters, that Mr. Kurtz's views on religious matters are in any way what this case is about. Is going to create.
Excuse me, sir. This is where I disagree with you. Based on the amount of fucking people that were on the internet and were so happy to see Charlie Kirk dead because of his political views and his religious views that they didn't like, this is exactly what this case is about.
Yeah,
And I'm sorry,
anybody.
but fucking Richard Novak, you just made yourself look like an ass in front of half the country that actually cares.
Probably the entire world. There's people all over the place watching this.
Holy effing, like, way to set me off with one sentence. This is not what this case is about. If he is the one who did this, allegedly, the only reason that his alleged motive is because he didn't like what Charlie Kirk had to say.
Yeah, that's about the only thing that makes sense.
If those freaking text messages are true and accurate, and the metadata is good, the reason that he allegedly did this is because he didn't like what Charlie Kirk had to say. He didn't like that Charlie Kirk used his First Amendment. So he took away Charlie Kirk's civil rights. I think the federal government should bring a civil rights case against him if he is found guilty. But that's just me, because I'm a bitch like that. But for Novak to sit up here and go, that's not what this case is about, that is 100% what this case is about, because it's not like this dude or Charlie Kirk stole money from this dude, and that was a motive. The motive, or the alleged motive, is this guy did not like what Charlie Kirk had to say.
Yeah.
Did not like what Charlie Kirk stood for.
Especially when you have
Everything to
messages
do
of
with
him allegedly saying, I have an opportunity and I'm going to take that opportunity. I don't know how far you can spin that.
Yeah, the Snipe Hunter brings up a really good point, and thank you for making it put my crazy freaking thoughts and my annoyance right now into actual words. He's almost making it sound like Kirk was a random victim of chance.
Yeah, no.
This was there was nothing random about this.
It was
Even
definitely
if Tyler Robinson is innocent and it was not him, nothing about this was random.
This would have targeted crime. Whoever did it, it was planned. Somebody targeted him.
Yeah, this was targeted. This was not. There was nothing random about Charlie Kirk being the victim that day.
This wasn't no house breaking.
No, this wasn't a random convenience store robbery gone wrong. This was targeted. Duh, Novak, you're an asshole. And I understand he has a client to defend, but there's a way to do it without being an asshole. And I think he just crossed that line. Before, he was like annoying with the like talking at the judge and doing a bunch of this and, you know, acting like he's the smartest fucking person in the room. Little personality quirks that just annoyed me, which I'm not everybody's cup of tea too, so whatever. But that just personally annoyed me. But this, dude, holy effing hell.
He just contradicted himself.
I think he's mixed.
If any California attorney should have came on this case, this should have been Alan Jackson. Nah, Alan Jackson probably wouldn't touch this case.
Alan Jackson's got too much to worry about on his own. Oy.
He's fighting the California Karen Reed case with that Frazier Bone person.
Yeah, he's also defending Karen Reed in the civil matter.
Oh, he on that one? Okay.
Yeah, he's on the civil case where the O'Keefe family is suing them. Mark Diller is representing the O'Keefe family. Mark Diller and Novak remind me of the same freaking person.
I wonder had Jackson ever came into contact with Novak guy. I said he's a California attorney, so
yeah, and Volusia, I get it. We can believe there's a connection, but other than thinking what evidence proves that, the text messages and the conversations with his family.
Discord messages, this
Yeah,
Well,
we did
Mays
get
confessed that he
clarification
paid
from the
to it.
state, but if the text messages that the state showed back in September are proven to be true, the text messages between him and his partner, the conversations that his parents have said that he had with them, expressing his disdain for Charlie Kirk and everything Charlie Kirk stood for.
And I think they said some of this is supposed to be presented this week. So
It was like if everything that has been stated that is in evidence is actually truthful, because not everything is true, but if everything that has been shown so far is proven to be true by the metadata, by affidavits from his family, there's 100% a link. 100%.
Significant confusion. And even if this court doesn't show the 1102 in open court, or the reporters who are here don't get to see it, or if the public doesn't get to see it, receiving it into evidence in light of the victim targeting enhancement that the state drafted and charged is just going to create confusion. There may be, outside of this case, litigation where TPUSA's purposes and its mission and its adherence to its mission are important, and Mr. Englehart's opinions about that may be important in some other context, in litigation, in public discussions. It's not important here. And when I say important, I'm saying it's not relevant. So there's a 403 issue with respect to confusion. There's a constitutional concern that this type of evidence being sanctioned by the court is going to suggest to the jury pool that this is a case about religion. This is not a case about religion. The state doesn't even allege this is a case about religion. The state alleges one enhancement based on Mr. Robinson's perceptions of Mr. Kirk's political expression. So I'm very concerned that this document, even being sanctioned by the court as admissible for any purpose in this proceeding, is going to interfere with Mr. Robinson's constitutional right to a fair trial, which I think is sort of an umbrella over parts of Rule 403. If there is a trial, if Mr. Robinson is bound over, and if there is a trial, and if the state wants to proffer Mr. Englehart for some specific evidentiary purpose that I'm missing, then we can engage in that. But it seems to me that it's, again, a mixture of lay and expert opinion, which at this stage is more prejudicial than probative. The other part of the 403 issue we can discuss at sidebar whenever the court's ready.
Thank you, Mr. Novak. Turning to the state.
yeah, I need.
So just to give an overview, what I'm intending to do is address what Mr. Novak has presented, the state respond. I may have some questions limited to what's been presented now. Of course, that doesn't preclude
I'll be back in a minute.
addressing the second portion of that in whatever means is necessary to protect constitutional rights. But we're just focused on this portion right now.
Understood.
Thank you. Mr. McBride.
Your Honor, the evidence is relevant to 2 points. One is to the defendant's motive, which is not an element of the offense, but nonetheless is powerful evidence, persuasive evidence. And 2, it is relevant to the victim targeting enhancement, which has been described and appears in the information. The statement clarifies what Turning Point USA, what Charlie Kirk's business was. And I think as you read this statement, it's clear that Charlie Kirk presented both religious and political arguments and positions in his presentations. And that is what paragraph 3 says, that he engaged others in debate, discussion of traditional family values, Orthodox Christian views on sexuality, marriage, gender, sex, America's founding principles, political doctrines, and so forth. He often spoke specifically and attempted to persuade attendees to follow a mindset rooted in Orthodox Christian and politically conservative values.
Excuse me, Your Honor, can I lodge an objection to Mr. McBride reading the exhibit, which we are discussing the admissibility of? And I'd ask the court to strike his statements and admonish him.
All right. So as it relates to reading from the actual 1102, because it's not admitted into evidence, I will, well, before I do that, let me turn to you about the objection to make sure that you are heard as well.
Yes, Rule 104 requires the court to consider evidence before determining its admissibility. How can you determine whether an exhibit is admissible without knowing what is contained in that exhibit? That's what I'm putting in front of Your Honor, is explaining this is why the exhibit is admissible, because it contains this language that is relevant and probative. I don't know how I can make an argument something's relevant and probative without saying this is what the exhibit says.
Well, Mr. Novak, and I want to make sure I do see you have a microphone. Go ahead.
Your Honor is not a jury. Your Honor can look at the exhibit. and determine for itself whether it's relevant, whether it meets other criteria for admissibility. It's not necessary for Mr. McBride to read aloud in open court an exhibit which the court has available to it. I'm not saying that the court shouldn't read it. I'm saying that it's not admissible. I understand that the court has two roles, one under 104 and one as the magistrate, but that doesn't require Mr. McBride to read in open court the exhibit which we are discussing the admissibility of, especially where I have just expressed our concern that the exhibit has a tendency to confuse the issues in this case and create fair trial risks for Mr. Robinson.
All right, thank you, Mr. Novak. Any final thoughts before I rule on this specific issue about reading from the 1102 by Mr. McBride?
Yes, Your Honor. I have to be able to argue here. I have to be able to refer to the exhibits. I can't do my job as an attorney without being able to refer to the exhibits. If the court doesn't want this to be in public, then we've got to close this proceeding. But I have to be able to argue the exhibits. I don't know how I can make an argument without actually pointing to the language of the exhibits, unless I want to say, you know what I mean, or referring to line 13. It's just so cumbersome to do, Your Honor. And I think my job and my duty to my client, which is the state of Utah, and to their right to fairness, requires me to make a good and powerful argument, and that requires me to refer to the exhibit. And I'll submit it with that.
All right. Thank you to both of you. In looking at this, typically in court, when evidence is being taken, until it's admitted, it doesn't come in. For example, if there's a witness on the stand and one is trying to get a piece of evidence in, that witness cannot read from the document and prior to it being admitted into evidence. And so the court applies that same principle here. However, the difference is, in noting that Mr. Novak was drawing points from this specifically, he mentioned Matthew, I believe, chapter 19, in talking about certain points in here specifically, there is room for it to be mentioned in argument in order for the court to fully consider what's before it. I'm going to sustain Mr. Novak's objection and simply say, if you want to talk about it conceptually, talk about the points, you certainly may, but simply reading from it exactly, saying, and I understand, I don't want to constrain either party from being able to make their full argument, but quoting from it in open court, I fear does risk issues to the constitutional rights of the parties. If the parties prefer to go into a closed evidentiary hearing on this issue in order to be unrestrained, and it appears Mr. Novak has requested that for a second portion of his argument, we certainly can do so, because I do not want to put out evidence that is not admitted in open court until the appropriate time, until the court has gone through its decision-making process on whether it should be admitted or not. So to the parties, if you feel you can move forward on this first portion of it, I'm happy to entertain that argument. If the parties feel at this point, at this juncture, that a closed evidentiary hearing is needed in order to fully explore all the issues, I will leave it to the parties, because I don't know your arguments, and I don't want to constrain you from saying, well, I don't know what you're going to say, but I can't read your minds, and the court will stay in its lane to ensure that it's in the proper judicial role. So the objection has been sustained. To Mr. McBride, in regards to your response, the rebuttal to the argument by Mr. Novak, what is your request?
Yes, Your Honor. I do not believe it's necessary to close this hearing. I would argue against closing the hearing on the admissibility of this exhibit. However, the court needs to rule on that issue before I launch into the fullness of my argument, because I do not want to be admonished for discussing an item that I'm asking to be admitted into evidence in public. So I would ask the court to make a ruling on the closure of the argument about the admissibility of this hearing, so that I can make that argument unconstrained. And after that time, after the court rules on that, I will make my full argument.
All right. Well, and what I'm trying to do is, you've heard the reasoning of the court. I don't want to constrain you. If you're saying, as you stated, that you want to best represent your client, and every attorney should be doing that, that is your duty. I don't want, if you feel that closing this hearing to the public is necessary in order for you to fulfill your duty, the court will entertain that. But I can't have it both ways. If you want me to close the hearing in order for you to be fully be able to argue freely as you feel you need to, I will entertain that. But I don't want to say, well, I'm not going to close the hearing, and then suddenly the issue is, well, I wasn't able to make a full argument. And so do you need a closed hearing to make a full argument to best represent your client?
I think the defense counsel is asking to close the hearing so that the argument can be made without the public seeing it. I do not want to close the hearing. I do not believe it's necessary to close the hearing. That's not my motion. I do, however, want to make a full argument that requires me to rely on the evidence and quote the evidence as I have done. That's my position. If I am not permitted to quote the evidence in my argument, then we need to decide whether or not this hearing should be closed. I would oppose closing it, but I do think it's necessary for me to quote the evidence.
All right. Are you able to make your full argument to the best of your ability to best represent your client by simply referring to the paragraphs and to the lines so it is clear to the court what you're talking about, there's no ambiguity, without quoting it verbatim in open court?
No, I don't think so.
All right.
Your Honor, if you're going to make a closure ruling, I'd like to be heard for you.
All right, I'll hear from you as well. If you would like to come forward, again, just, Mr. Reimer, just stating your full name for the record, for the clarity of the record.
Sure, thank you, Your Honor. David Ryman again for the news media. We have briefed this issue a couple different times so far. Sometimes there is a misconception that I think is running, particularly through what Mr. Novak argued, that suppression hearings, because the evidence may be suppressed or excluded, or in limine hearings, need to be closed unless the evidence is deemed admissible. That is the opposite of the law. That has been settled since the United States Supreme Court decided Waller versus Georgia. You can see it in Kearns Tribune, which dealt with a preliminary hearing and access to a preliminary hearing where, as you know, and as we've heard repeatedly today, all kinds of evidence is presented at the preliminary hearing that may not be admissible at trial. And so the universe of the public's right of access to proceedings is not limited just to what eventually gets admitted at trial, which, if there even is a...
Because hearsay, because hearsay is allowed here and is not allowed at trial. So there will be things that are allowed here that's not allowed at trial. It seems like fucking common sense, but apparently this is groundbreaking information for some. Sorry, I'm getting like defensed out.
Yeah, because they acted for they're been trying to hammer out this courtroom since day one, and they still trying. Even though the Utah Supreme Court said, I'm not going to hear your argument on this, you still going to argue for it.
They're making this court a fucking circus when it really doesn't have to be. This case is big enough without them making this a fucking circus. And by arguing every little detail, I'm sure right now, Kathy Nestor would argue that the sky is blue. Well, the sky is only blue because the water is blue. Well, water's clear, bitch. Water only looks blue because the sky is blue. This would be a 45-minute fucking argument. Talking to Kathy Nestor is like talking to a toddler.
And I guarantee you, this evidentiary hearing, whether it be closed or not, it's going to be 45 minutes long.
Oh my God. The next time that they break is when we are going to call it a day, because I do have to work tonight. I do not have to work tomorrow, so we will probably go longer tomorrow. We will finish up tomorrow morning. We will finish up day 2 in the morning and then start day 3 in the afternoon. I think we're doing all right with that mindset.
And I could be here long because I don't think AJ streams tomorrow night.
So you can't like what I don't like. Yeah, it's semantics. It's like right now, I'm pretty sure Kathy Nestor would argue that like, are your shoes a heel? Are you wearing a heel? Well, it's a kitten heel. Are you wearing a heel or not? It's a yes or no fucking question. Well, it's kitten heel. So it's like less than, that's not what I fucking asked, bitch. Hey, Stacy, are you ready to see some bullshit? Are you ready for the bullshit? Because this is the bullshit. This is like,
they're going to be the reading that this goes past this week. I'm honestly at this point, I don't know if this is going to be over by Friday.
I have other shit to talk about. But yet here we are doing a 5 fucking day preliminary hearing because Kathy Nestor's a cunt. Oh, and this is for any lawyer who thinks, oh my God, she's harassing me. She's making fun of me. I make fun of every fucking lawyer that's a dumbass. I don't discriminate.
She's going to mention you in one of her motions. I'm just waiting for you to be mentioned in a Tyler Robinson motion.
Ursula. Oh, semantics, man. All right. This, for those of you who are just joining us, Stacy, if you haven't been lurking, this is the lawyer for the news media. Oh, he's the most logical person in the fucking room right now.
They're arguing to close the evidentiary hearing because the defense doesn't want to refer to evidence that may not be admissible at trial, some crap like that.
Yeah, nice, not a nice one with the C. She's the one with a K all pointy and prickly. Yeah, Kathy the cunt Nestor. There's the squid we know and love. Is your dad doing like beating his head up against a wall yet, or trying to like roll out of bed, or like, you know? Because is his brain melting? Can you actively see his brain melting right now? Because I am like, yeah, this Kathy Nestor, which is the girl sitting here, or the woman sitting here in the like the rug, she makes Bruce look competent. How do I really feel? Oh shit. We don't have time for that. All right, I'm gonna restart this.
And that's been, we've cited the court to, numerous cases on this, and I don't have the brief in front of me, and the docket is huge, and I can find it for you if you'd like. But I just wanted to correct the misimpression that the public is not entitled to hear argument and to see evidence just because it may not be admissible. Otherwise, we would never have admissibility arguments in public. And I do want to I'll just make one other point. Currents Tribune also speaks to this, and that is that if you do decide that there's and so let me just make two quick points. To the 403 point, just because evidence isn't admissible is not a basis to close the hearing. There may be a 403 argument. I haven't seen this document. I don't know what's in it. Maybe there is something incredibly prejudicial. You would have to make that decision. I'm at a loss. I haven't seen it. I'm happy to take a look at it and give you substantive argument, but it's the same high constitutional standard that you have to satisfy in order to close it. And then the last thing is just on the scope of any closure. Currents Tribune speaks, and I know the court is aware of this. If you are going to close it, it needs to be as minimal as possible. And it's my experience, at least, that most of the argument about things in this context can occur in open court. And if you want to have, a closed session or a sidebar or however, you have also done it in chambers. I just ask that it be as limited as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Novak, and it appears like, would you like to respond to that before, and then I'll return to Mr. McBride for any final thoughts, and the court will make its ruling.
Well, I just wanted to
No.
mention the Utah Supreme Court decision in State versus Archuleta, 857 P. 2nd 234.
Again, you always quote that
where
case, but the court has
state's Supreme Court
quoted it wrong.
reminds us that the First Amendment right of access is qualified, and that what needs to be carefully judged.
This right here is a prime example of misquoting case law.
And I don't
In
know
light
if
of
it's
the
because he's
qualified
from
right of access.
California and he's not familiar with Utah law, but this is.
No, he's just an idiot. He's just an idiot.
With respect to preliminary hearing exhibits. That was the issue in
See,
State versus Archuleta,
this.
is the defendant's right to a fair trial. So we're in this slightly Twilight Zone situation where counsel for the media is saying, even if the court has decided that the exhibits are not going to be made available for copying and inspection, and the court may decide that this exhibit is either not admissible or admissible for the court's eyes only, counsel for the media is counseling that the court permit Mr. McBride to read the exhibit verbatim in open court. And that basically defeats all of those principles. So I don't think that's the correct path. Counsel for the media is correct that the court's sealing or closure should be narrowly tailored. And the 403 issue, which we are prepared only to discuss because of the sequencing of things in this case, in this proceeding, we're only prepared to discuss at sidebar, has to do with potential future evidence that the court may receive in this hearing, or it may not. So I'm not going to address other 403 issues
Or it may not.
in open court.
You
If the
just
court
don't
wants to
like the
defer
media.
this entire exhibit and discussion of it.
He doesn't
until
like the
later in
media
proceeding,
because we criticize
then,
him.
it may be that part of
He is yet another person that does not like criticism. And I understand nobody likes criticism. Like it makes us reevaluate things that when I truly get criticism that is constructive criticism, it makes me stop, think, and I don't like it, but okay, here, let's try this instead. The thing that I laugh at is when people are like, you're a bad mom, or you're this, or you can't talk about cases because you're not a lawyer. And then I'm like, shut the fuck up, you're an idiot.
That's not criticism. Criticism is like, hey, you said this or you did this. Maybe this is the way to handle it. That's criticism instead of saying, oh, you not.
Yeah, this is why people don't like the media, is because lawyers don't like being told that they're wrong. Lawyers don't like being, not all lawyers. So to the lawyer who's listening right now, I know to the lawyer who's listening to me right now, I know I am not talking about you. Just know I am not talking about you. Lawyers in general, in my experience of knowing some lawyers, remember the three professions I've dealt the most with in my life are doctors, lawyers, and fighter pilots. All three professions don't ever like being told that they're not the smartest people in the room. They are highly educated, but that doesn't mean that they're always right. But some of them think because they get paid a lot of money that they are the smartest people. And sometimes it doesn't always work out that way because Kathy Nestor is a lawyer.
The defense attorney said,
Bubbles is a lawyer. Lips is a lawyer or was a lawyer.
defense attorney said, technically kind of be used to it because they have a stigma where like, oh, how can you defend this person, or you evil, you defended somebody like a dog or something or the other. So they have a stigma where people don't like defense attorneys in general.
But in general,
I think they're worse.
Novak, they don't like criticism. And I understand it's not fun, but be a better person. If you don't like being criticized all the time, be better. Stop being a douche. Stop being an asshole. Stop doing shit that annoys fucking people every day. Yeah, some are educated beyond their intelligence for sure. It's the staying humble. Stay humble. If like I have known doctors who have told patients, as a lymphedema therapist, I have had a patient tell me, I told my doctor I thought I had lymphedema, and he told me, you can't tell me you have that because I don't know how to treat it. Oh, what you do is you say, I don't know how to treat it, but I know people who are lymphedema therapists who are specialized in treating lymphedema. I will send you to them.
Like,
That's what you do.
refer them to, you hear the doctor say all the time, like, I'll refer you to this person instead of.
That's what you do. You stay humble. You understand that you are not, you might be very skilled in one area, but that doesn't mean you are skilled in every area. And when you don't know something, you go, I don't know the answer, but I know where to find it, and or I know who to send you to be able to find the answer. That's it. That right there is the sentence where when someone says, I'm not sure of that, but I think I know someone who can find you the answers, we'll send you to them. That's all I need to know someone's personality.
Just like with law, some people are good, some lawyers are good with like filing stuff, and some people are trial attorneys. A lot of people maybe not a good trial lawyer. But
well, when someone tells me I don't know the answer, but I know where to find it, or I think I can send you to this person, or here's this person's email address, they might know the answer. That is like, I have so much respect for someone like that because I'm like, oh, they admit when they don't know something. It's staying humble.
That's what I tell people all the time. They like, my friend, she told me the other day, she like, you're a minister in training, and you didn't say, when I asked you a question, you didn't say like, oh well, I know the answer, I just can't give it to you right now. She asked me a question, I didn't understand. I said, okay, well, I'm going to either do some research about it, we can research together, I'll get back to you on it, or I'll refer you to somebody that knows the answer, because I don't know everything.
Well, when someone says, hey, I don't know, but I can refer you to someone who does, when you ask them a question and then they do give you an answer, you're more likely to trust what they say because they've shown you already that they are humble enough to admit when they don't know something. So when they are giving you an answer, you can trust it more. Yeah. It's, and hey, Musi, how are you? And Silver Fox, there's a big difference between book smart and street smart and common sense. Not everyone checks all three boxes, and that's very true too. So we're gonna keep going with this because I have about 20 minutes left before I actually have to cut it off. So we have to hopefully get to a stopping point.
Either lunch break or should be.
Yeah, I think we get to a point where they get behind closed doors in about 15 minutes or so.
Part of the 403 argument doesn't need to be at sidebar, and I think we're all assuming that sidebar proceedings in this preliminary hearing are going to be part of the sealed transcript until some later point in time. In other words, it's not sidebar just for the moment, it's because the transcript's going to be sealed. So it very well may be that taking this issue up at a later point in time in this proceeding eliminates the need, from our perspective, for that 403 issue to be discussed at sidebar, or at what counsel for the media says in a closed proceeding. However, I agree with the court that Mr. McBride can't have his cake and eat it too. If he wants to make his argument, and he thinks that his argument requires that he read an exhibit in court, which we in good faith are saying is not admissible, then we need to have a closed proceeding. I'm not asking for a closed proceeding. I was asking the court to caution Mr. McBride not to read into evidence exhibits that are not received into evidence, because that's the same as Mr. McBride testifying.
All right, thank you.
The more I'm reading the judge, the more I'm thinking he really doesn't like.
So note, I have not made my full argument on admissibility, that's all.
All right, I appreciate the arguments by the parties. This is clearly something that's very important to you all and is important for this case, as is every piece of potential evidence.
Jeffrey, semantics.
Mr. Novak indicated that receiving this could create confusion for future potential jurors. And that he mentioned that it could suggest to a potential jury pool that this case is about religion. However, what is happening at a preliminary hearing is far different than what happens at a jury trial. The magistrate, myself, is the fact finder, and whether something becomes admissible at trial is far different than what is admissible at a preliminary hearing. The purposes are different, the standards are different, and different steps need to be followed. Something could become admissible at a jury trial, but given the nature of a jury trial, more steps are necessary. Under Rule 1102, one of the major differences is that reliable hearsay is allowed.
Just a lot of
in
bitching.
Preliminary hearing under the Utah Constitution and under the Rules of Evidence 1102. That is far different than what would happen at a jury trial. Taking this into consideration,
Yeah,
I
Kathy.
look to the information going to the very beginning, whether this is relevant. And as noted by counsel, looking to count 1, which is squarely before the court, to determine probable cause at the end of this proceeding. And the court is not weighing in whether it will reach that or not. It's not predetermining anything. But what is before this court under count 1, aggravated murder, which is a capital offense, victim targeting enhancement in violation of Utah Code Annotated 76-3-203.14 sub 2. Tyler James Robinson intentionally selected Charlie Kirk because of Tyler James Robinson's belief or perception regarding Charlie Kirk's political expression. And so if that was not here, this enhancement, and it also goes to count 2, felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily injury. And I'm just reviewing. And then finally, count 7, violent offense committed in the presence of a child, where the victim targeting enhancement also is in play. Because that is
I don't
part
get
of the
that.
information
What
that's
do you mean
squarely
in the
before the
presence of a
court,
child?
this becomes relevant.
His 2 children were there.
Oh.
Charlie Kirk's kids and Erica were standing right there.
Woo. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Oh yeah, the media fails to tell you that his 2 children and his wife were standing literally right there. So like
And that
when
could
people,
be me. This is my first time hearing about this evidence.
so that's one of the other reasons that makes this so fascinating is you're probably not alone. There are people who have been talking about this from day one that probably didn't know any of this shit either. Like, that's another thing that the media won't tell you. They're like, "Oh, Erica had something to do with it."
when I
If
came
he could have,
in,
if he, well, the thing is if he would have missed significantly, he could have shot her.
yeah.
like,
See, when I
you-
came into this case, I came in when they was talking about the camera. They were doing the camera fight. So.
It's one of those things of like, it sounds good in theory. Oh, she planned it, or she was behind it, or oh, she has this, or she did this. Like, do you think a mother would do that to her 2 children that were there? Like, it is one thing to do a Corey Richins. Okay, and this is just me spitballing. This is just my theory. I have a theory on this. I have a theory on everything. If you are going to be that level of malicious and evil as a mother, would you do it in front of your 2 children? Probably not. Most oftentimes, you do it when your children aren't there. So you wouldn't do it in front of your freaking children and scar your children for life because you think you are giving your children a better life by getting rid of their father. In theory, in Minecraft, this is the mind of an unaliver. This is not actual reality. However, would you, if you were behind all of it, would you do it with your 2 young children watching your father or their father and watching their father pass away right in front of their eyes?
Whole new different level of sick to do something like that.
Exactly. So like, it sounds good. Oh, Erica had something to do with it, this and this and this. And then when you logic it out to be like, if she thought she was doing what was best for her children, she wouldn't have her children there while it was done. So you know what I mean? You'd have to be like a Sarah Boone level of cold for that.
Or Lori Vallow, something.
Yeah. You know, it's just, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, there's just certain things that just sound good when you hear them in the media and sound plausible, but then when you logic out the facts of the situation, and you're like, would a mother who thinks they're doing what is best for their children by removing the father from the situation scar their 2 children for life. Like that's where I have that's where, like, when you logic it out and you look at all the details of the kids were there.
Sheesh, yeah.
Now, trying to determine what is political expression versus religious expression, that goes into different grounds. But at this point, the court finds it is relevant for consideration, and for the very least for argument. What the court is going to rule is that the need for a closed hearing is not been met at this point, because what needs to be shown is prejudice, or that the exhibit contains inflammatory information that would prejudice the jury pool. That begins the path where we can consider closing the hearing from the public. However, that's not what's before the court, nor has the court heard that. And so the ruling of the court is, previously I sustained Mr. Novak's objection, and the court will expound upon that. Mr. McBride in his argument cannot read the entirety of State's Exhibit 5.1. Can he reference points of it and specifically quote?
Hold on. Felucia 1. Nestor hasn't had a whole lot of luck defending murderers, it appears. She represented James Ford Seal in 2007 for a 60s double unaliving by this douchebag Klansman. Ooh. Oh, damn.
All right.
Well, then, yeah.
I will be doing some research about that case.
You just sent Flash Fan down a rabbit hole.
Yeah. It probably won't tell about because this Utah just started talking about the case.
Well, this is, yeah.
Found like transcripts and the facts of the case.
Yeah. So, you just sent Flash Fan down a rabbit hole. You're welcome, Flash Fan. And Stacey Nat, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate that. Oh, hey, Ronan got a membership. Ronan got a membership. All right.
Certain points, the court rules that he can, just as Mr. Novak pulled from this, and it was broad, but he quoted Matthew chapter 19. He stated that this came from the Bible. He talked about the going from paragraph 1 where he quoted, or at least drew from, about the Internal Revenue Service and the type of business. And so there is grounds for that to occur in order for the court to consider the argument fully and making the determination whether it is relevant and should be admissible. Therefore, the court rules that Mr. McBride can continue in his arguments in order that the court can make its determination whether State's Exhibit 5.1 is admissible or not.
Thank you. 5.1 is a general explanation of what Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk's organization, is and was on September 10th. The exhibit describes the events that Turning Point USA holds, talking about at least 200 plus of these events featuring Charlie Kirk as a headline speaker taking place by that time. That's in paragraph 3, that these events discussed political issues as well as religious issues. Those political issues, in the portion I previously quoted, talked about gender issues in particular, gender, sexuality issues, the difference, or the Christian and political view regarding marriage and families and gender identity. And that information is relevant to the motive that we are alleging in this case. And it's also relevant to the victim targeting enhancement, which is in part a motive type enhancement. And the evidence will be introduced through, or we will offer evidence through other witnesses that talks about some of the defendant's statements that indicate his gender persuasion and that he falls into some of these political and gender views that Charlie Kirk argued against. That's the relevance of this statement, is it shows Charlie Kirk publicly in front of large gatherings of people debated and presented his views, his political views, which were tied to his religious views about gender identity, LGBTQ rights type issues. And the relevance to that is the defendant's motive is that he was on the other side of those views. And you'll see evidence that talks about that through other witnesses, that talks about that being the inference and the motive that he had, or the inference from that evidence supports that motive, which supports the victim targeting enhancement, and frankly, motive in general, which goes to identity. For that reason, Your Honor, this exhibit is relevant. I don't see the prejudicial effect, unfair prejudicial effect this would have on the fact finder. Whether or not it has some capability of prejudicing the potential jury pool, I think that's a completely different question. I don't think it does. I think this case has already highlighted the political issues that we're talking about here. And but my job here is to present this case to the court to you, Your Honor, for you to make a decision. This evidence is admissible for that purpose. Whether or not it's public or published for the public to see is a different question, which I'll submit. The media is very capably represented, and I'll let them make the argument on that point. But I would ask the court to admit this exhibit.
Mr. Novak?
Thank you, Your Honor. For the state to argue that this exhibit says anything about Mr. Robinson's state of mind should be rejected out of hand. This exhibit does not say anything about Mr. Robinson's state of mind, and that's what motive is, and that's what the victim targeting enhancement adopted by the legislature focuses on, is the defendant's perception.
I get that, yo, but dude, it's not about, it's part of establishing it. That's oh my God, he's I don't know the term for it right now, but he's twisting shit where he's taking
characterizes
no, there's like a two-part step. For one, you have to establish what Charlie Kirk's life was about, and then you have to establish what the defendant's life and ideals, and you have to, it's a two-part system. In order to establish that that was the motive, this is part one, because you can't say that Tyler Robinson was a gay furry, and that therefore he didn't like Charlie Kirk, without establishing what Charlie Kirk's ideals and morals and what he stood for and what he did with his career and what he argued on a daily basis. You can't establish what Tyler Robinson's motive was without establishing what Charlie Kirk's personality was. There's a step there. And this is only part one. And I feel like Novak is skipping ahead. He's putting the cart before the horse. He is saying, well, that doesn't describe his mindset. We haven't got there yet, motherfucker.
Yeah, he's reading into it too much.
It's like, dude, we haven't got there yet. You're skipping to chapter 3 when we are on page 1. We're still on page 1, establishing what Charlie Kirk's personality, life, ideals, morals, what he was about. Then we establish what Tyler Robinson's morals, character, personality, ideals, what he was into. And then you can establish the connection on why there might be motive there. But you can't say Tyler Robinson hated this, hated that, hated this, hated that, until you establish that Charlie Kirk was what Tyler Robinson hated. Yeah. It just doesn't. He's skipping chapters in the book.
He's really arguing like this is a trial. This is not a trial yet.
Oh, he's trying so hard. Like, it's like you're trying so hard that you end up looking like a dumbass.
He's fighting like he's actually facing capital punishment as well. Just
well, yeah, but the problem is there's no holes to poke when all you're doing is establishing what Charlie Kirk's morals were. The only reason that I can see them fighting this hard for everything is they know something we don't.
If Mr. McBride wants to propose significant redactions to this exhibit,
I want to
so that Your Honor, acting as magistrate, can consider things that are narrowly tailored to what the information alleges.
In Minecraft.
The allegation is that Mr. Robinson perceived that Mr. Kirk had certain political views. That's one thing.
I am so glad that we only have to stare at the back of his head, because I could not stare at his punchable face right now. Oh, and the fact that he's establishing political views. Charlie Kirk's political views were strongly associated with his Christian beliefs. They were one and the same. With Charlie Kirk, you couldn't have one without the other, and everybody knew that. Everybody who knows what Charlie Kirk stood for and watched him knew that you couldn't have a political discussion with him without involving his religion. He did not separate the two.
I hadn't even heard of the guy until the case happened, and then I started reading. Everybody like, we disagree with him. We hope he deserves. That's what made me start looking at the computer. Like, he deserves. I'm like, what did this guy do?
Nothing. Have conversations with people who didn't agree with him.
But this document talks, and now Mr. McBride, not to be colloquial, has sort of thrown down the gauntlet. This document talks about foreign affairs, political doctrines, America's founding principles, cultural trends, and what Mr. Engelhardt refers to as Orthodox Christian views on sexuality, marriage, and gender/sex. So this document goes way beyond what the state just flagged for the entire world is their view of Mr. Robinson's motive, which has something to do with gender identity, gender ideology, and sexuality. That's what Mr. McBride has just said this case is all about. This document goes way beyond that, and that's why it's not admissible. There may, as I said, be other evidence, which Mr.
It may not be admissible in a trial, but this isn't a trial, you dumb shit. You're supposed to be a fucking lawyer. You should know this.
And I know for a fact they have preliminary hearings in California.
Oh my God. My brain is melting because I'm like, you can't be this stupid, right?
To his record,
Yeah, he was Crowder, but not as annoying.
I'm gonna look into his record to see what case.
Yes, he was Crowder. Crowder had the prove me wrong booth where he would just talk to people and say, prove me wrong. Provide your facts, prove me wrong. The thing I can appreciate about Crowder is when he does a stream, he will provide all the links and all the references for where he got his opinions from in the description of his videos. I can appreciate that. I like receipts. However, sometimes Crowder, I'm like, shut the fuck up. He annoys me. But Charlie Kirk didn't really annoy me. I didn't agree with everything he said, but I liked the way he approached things. He had a much gentler way of talking to people than I do. And I could appreciate that because I can't do that. Yeah. Yeah. No, this is not a trial. This is a preliminary hearing. That's longer than most trials.
Yeah, no, this isn't the trial. They try to make it like a trial, but
Yeah, they're trying to make it like a trial.
There are trials that last shorter than what this is.
Change my mind, prove me wrong, same shit. Oh, murder, homicide. My bad. And I have a feeling that this stream just got demonetized. He managed to pull off the I disagree with you, but I value you. Yeah. Whereas like I disagree with you. And sometimes I think you're a dumbass. Not always, but sometimes. I don't hate you. And you're still welcome here. But you know, breathe, deep breath. I'm good. Novak just drives me up a wall.
McBride and the state want to rely upon, which they haven't presented yet, and Mr. McBride hinted at that. So I think that it's not admissible at this point in time. I don't think it's relevant in the sense of has a tendency to make a fact of consequence more or less true. That's the definition of relevance.
It is relevant, and it is admissible because this is not a trial. You're a dumbass.
So how does this court go from what the state has to establish, which is motive, or well, actually, the state doesn't have to establish motive. Motive is not an element of the offense. But at least with respect to the victim enhancement, according to the legislature, the question is, what is in Mr. Robinson's state of mind? The other thing I want to say is that Mr. McBride did not address.
This right here is something that I want to address because people are like, one side is so politically violent when really it tends to be the other side, but who's counting? However, you say one side of the aisle, most, the right side is violent. However, you take out the moderate voices. Charlie was the moderate voice and you killed him. So where does that leave? The people who don't want to talk to you. When you take out the people who want to talk to you, you leave the people who don't want to talk to you. Just saying.
He was a former judge?
Huh?
Novak apparently was a former judge. I don't know what former Los Angeles Superior Court judicial officer means. I don't know if that's a judge. But usually when they say superior court, that usually means judge. If that's the case, wow.
Mm-mm.
The admissibility of these opinions. Now, the court talked about 1102, but 1102 doesn't resolve all of the other rules of evidence. It's just a gateway for an affidavit.
We got
So
about
what we have
10
in this
minutes
document
left.
are what I think are purport to be untested expert opinions or at least lay opinions. And the question is, under the rules of evidence, is whether this document is helpful to the court when it makes a determination about whether Mr. Robinson perceived that Mr. Kirk had certain political views. So where is the evidence that Mr. Robinson, in this document, that Mr. Robinson was aware of Mr. Kirk's political views? Where is the evidence in this document that Mr. Robinson had
It's establishing his
disagreement
document.
with Mr. Kirk's political expression? None of that appears in this document. There may be other evidence of that we'll have to see, but there's nothing in this document which connects up with Mr. Robinson's state of mind, which is the question in the enhancement. And Mr. Engelhardt cannot, of course, express any opinion about Mr. Robinson's state of mind because he doesn't know him, and because that would be improper opinion evidence under any rule of law. So for a document to be received into evidence that quotes one very narrow piece of religious doctrine and that involves Mr. Engelhardt's interpretation of what that means, I mean, Mr. Engelhardt at the top of page 2 is basically telling this court what he thinks Chapter 19 means. How could that possibly be admissible in this proceeding? And how could it possibly be admissible for the purpose of this court concluding what Mr. Kirk thought Chapter 19 of Matthew means? So it's not relevant. It's improper opinion evidence. It's definitely overbroad in terms of the evidence that the state is proffering to prove a very narrow point. And it actually doesn't get to that point, which is what was Mr. Robinson's state of mind. It also doesn't say anything that Mr. Kirk specifically said on September 10th that Mr. Robinson may or may not have heard, or anything that Mr. Kirk said before September 10th, specifically, that Mr. Robinson may or may not have heard. Nor has the state presented any evidence, and as an officer of the court, I would say I don't think the state can present any evidence that Mr. Robinson specifically heard Mr. Kirk say a specific thing at a specific time. There are some statements, which I think that the state will say are admissions by Mr. Robinson, which reference Mr. Kirk, which we will get to later. But none of those reference specific statements by Mr. Robinson about specific statements by Mr. Kirk on any specific issue that would even make a piece of this relevant. So I'm pretty sure that I've reached that point where anything more I say, I'm going to be repeating myself, and so I'm just going to stop unless the court has questions.
I don't. Thank you.
Did he
I
just
do
say
have
he
a
was going to be peeing himself?
Repeating.
Oh.
Okay, so apparently he tried a federal cold case homicide trial. After 8 jurors failed to, let me see, after 8, where is it? Right here. Novak represented the client charged in federal court with a cold case homicide. After a deadlocked jury with 8 jurors voted not guilty, the court declared a mistrial and the government dropped the homicide charges. So he tried, I guess, mostly his stuff in the federal court.
All right.
And he tried money laundering cases and stuff.
All right. Yeah. I just can't. Sometimes you just.
Religion or gender.
We only have a little bit left
intersect with
before they
political
break,
expression.
and then we're going to break.
Yeah,
Hopefully
definitely.
not
That's a great
mentally.
question, but probably not a question
It's about lunchtime.
to be answered by me in this proceeding. That's actually a really, really complicated question that the state wants the court to say is a simple yes,
All right.
because I don't want to be the expert. I mean, the court's basically
Well,
asking me
you're
to
not an
testify.
expert in
I'm not trying to be
anything,
flippant.
sir.
The court is asking me to testify about where religion and politics intersect, and that's a fascinating question. The question here is whether this document, the way it's presented, the way it was written,
I thought he said he was done.
is admissible under relevance and expert 701, 702 rules of evidence to prove what Mr. McBride says the state, what he acknowledges the state has to prove, which is that Mr. Robinson had a state of mind
I'm
which
demyelinating as we
was, let's just
speak.
say, hostile to Mr. Kirk's political expression.
Flash needs a snack.
And I don't think that this court should be
I've
deciding,
been-
based on the record before it, where, if at
I
all,
need a
politics and
update
religion
at this
intersect.
point.
I need to finish this Walmart
That's-
order
if we want to, if the court needs to
before
resolve
Mr.
that issue,
Stewart is like, where the hell
then
is
the court
our
also needs
stuff?
to resolve the question of
Oh yeah, order no new appointment.
which religious philosophy are we talking about?
Well, Mr. Novak, I bring that up because you mentioned it. You said you cited
brought it
directly to
up
the
because
intent,
you
said
mentioned
political expression,
it.
and then you went to the Bible itself. And so it appeared to the court that you put it into place. So I just wanted to get a little bit of guidance from your position. And so that's the reason for the
No,
question.
I totally appreciate the question. I'm
what
not
I thought,
suggesting, Your Honor,
too.
that there's a problem with the question. Any question that the court asks is a question that counsel should take seriously. The legislature separates, in the statute, religion and political expression. The state selected the victim targeting enhancement based on political expression only. Now the
Shut
state
up.
wants to bring,
You
I didn't bring
dumb.
Matthew in. The state is bringing Matthew in through Mr. Engelhardt. I didn't
Shut
bring the
up.
Bible to this courtroom. The state brought it. And that concerns me greatly because the state is turning this into a question of whether Mr. Robinson's views, identity, life are anti-Christian. And that's a huge problem. And the state has created that problem.
No, you
And this
created
hearing is
that
being
problem by
broadcast to
being
the
a
entire
douche
jury
canoe.
pool. And that's what Mr. McBride just did, is he turned this case into whether Mr. Robinson's life is inconsistent with what Mr. Engelhardt calls Orthodox Christian views. I'm going to just stop right here because
killed my
I
battery.
think the court knows what the problem is.
You should have stopped 20
All right,
minutes
anything
ago.
further before the court makes its ruling? I appreciate the in-depth argument and the passion behind the argument. You are advocating for your clients, and I respect that.
Yeah, Your Honor, I just say it provides context for the defendant's state of mind. That's all.
All right, in making this determination whether it's admissible or not, I'm going to start at the beginning, which is this. This is a preliminary hearing. The purpose is to determine whether the state has established probable cause to believe a crime was committed and that
And that's
Mr.
not
Robinson
what they're getting.
committed it. As it relates to this case, as I turn to relevance, I turn to the information as previously stated, and is this relevant, what is before me? And without indicating my decision on probable cause, because I am not at that point, I'm withholding all decision-making until all evidence is properly before me. And so in this ruling, it is not indicating either direction that the court is heading. However, the court finds that it is relevant as it relates to the victim targeting enhancement, as it relates to Charlie Kirk's political expression, and the court recognizes the argument made by defense in regards to state of mind. And it is because of both arguments that the court finds that, the court is ruling that it is provisionally admitted into evidence. And at such point, when it becomes relevant, based off what Mr. Novak has talked about Mr. Robinson's state of mind about Mr. Kirk's political beliefs, then at that point, whether it is admitted or not into evidence will be decided upon. So as of right now, it is provisionally admitted. Because of that stance, it will not be published to the courtroom or media, but both parties can weigh in on that when this is brought up again and the request for it to be fully admitted is made by either party. Then the court will re-examine whether it should be published at that time to those in the courtroom and to whether that is displayed or filmed by the camera.
You took the words right out of my
Proceed.
mouth,
Well,
Wisconsin.
let us proceed to lunch because it is now
Yep.
12:40.
We made it to
It
lunch
seems
break.
like a natural place to stop. I believe everyone looks like they need a lunch break. So let's go ahead and break for lunch. Let's go come back.
All right, so everybody, they are taking a break for lunch. Angel, you want pops? Okay. Well, on that note, I'm like I said, I don't expect my every mod to show up every time. I understand y'all have a 3D life. Check out the thumbnail. The thumbnail literally says petty playback because 3D life happens. Y'all, like, I don't expect everybody to be here all the time.
I'm never here.
I
and
have
I'm always
4,300 subscribers and there's only 21 people in chat. Like, y'all, like, I get the fact that people have lives.
I used to apologize too and be like, I'm sorry I'm not here all the time, especially when I was doing court watchments. We were like, hey, you good.
Like, shut up, Flash fan. Yes, stop talking, Flash fan. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I'll do so just for you, little one.
Like, I understand that people are not always going to be here. However, we will pick this up tomorrow around 9:45, 10 o'clock. I go to the gym Monday, Wednesday, Friday mornings. Technically, I go Tuesday mornings too, but you know, it is what it is. So with that being said, it's a we have by Flash Fan.
Hi,
We
little
will,
one.
we will pick up day 2 afternoon tomorrow morning, take a break, and then we will pick up tomorrow afternoon. We will pick up day 3's morning session. But I don't have to work tomorrow night, so we will try to hit up as much as we can tomorrow before I got to cook dinner. I do have to get to work. I will get you something in a second. Nana's still here. Anyway, y'all have a great day. Try not to be a Kathy Nestor. Usually I say I end my streams with try not to be a twat waffle, but today it's try not to be a Kathy. I just can't. I did start a Rumble channel for ETM. I have no idea how I'm going to connect that to Restream yet. I've not done the two channel Rumble thing quite yet. So with that, I will be trying to figure out some sort of ETM content for this week, because usually we do a Monday and a Thursday live stream. Maybe I will record a video this week and put it up on Sunday night instead of doing a live stream, because we've done live streams all week.
Yeah, we've been bit. This is technically your first full trial, even though it's not a trial. First
In a long time.
Yeah, about a year or two.
In a year. So we will pick this up tomorrow, and I will see you guys on the next one. Try not to be a twat waffle, and y'all have a great day.
Bye.
Bye.